When the man see woman, hold on hand, carry am go in house, put am inside room, lock the door bam. The thing where them they do behind the door, where them lock
Audio Jungle.
Like this, like that. When the man see woman, and he hold her hand, and he carry am go in house, and he put am inside room, and he lock the door bam. The thing where they do behind the door, where they lock like a padlock, with the key, with the bar, all the thing. Nah. Thank you very much, my friends. Yes.
Somewhere out there, beneath the pale moonlight, someone's thinking of me and loving me tonight.
Somewhere out there, someone saying a prayer that we'll find one another in that big somewhere out there. And even though I know how very far apart we are, it helps to think we might be wishing on the same bright star.
And when the night wind starts to sing a lonesome lullaby, it helps to think we're sleeping underneath the same big sky. Somewhere out there, if love can see us through, then we'll be together somewhere out there, out where dreams come true.
Slow it down. We're going to welcome everybody to Osibisa. Welcome home.
danser le long des galles claires à des reflets.
Well, everybody, would you rise and focus?
Les fruits bien mûrs au goût de miel. Ma vie, Aïcha, si tu m'aimes, j'irai où ton souffle nous mène. Dans les pays d'ivoire et d'ébène, j'effacerai tes larmes, tes peines. Rien n'est trop beau pour une si belle. Oh, Aïcha, Aïcha, écoute-moi. Aïcha, Aïcha, non va pas. Aïcha, Aïcha, regarde-moi. Oh, Aïcha, Aïcha, réponds-moi. Je dirai les mots, les poèmes. Je jouerai les musiques du ciel. Je prendrai les rayons du soleil pour éclairer tes yeux de rêve. Oh, Aïcha, Aïcha, écoute-moi. Oh, Aïcha, Aïcha, t'en vas pas. Elle a dit garde tes trésors. Moi je vaux mieux que tout ça. Des barreaux sans des barreaux, même oh non. Je me dis même droit que toi. Du respect pour chaque jour. Moi je ne veux que de l'amour. نبغيك عايشة ونموت عليك. هادي سيد حياتي وحبي. انتي عمري وانتي حياتي. تمنيت نعيش معك غير انتي. أوه، عايشة عايشة écoute-moi. عايشة عايشة أنا نبغيك. أوه، عايشة عايشة طبابا. عايشة عايشة ونموت عليك. عايشة عايشة réponds-moi.
Well, everybody, would you focus your mind? Search for the truth and you will find good spirit and strength from within that fights against all sin. Why? Why the one? Well, I should walk across the land that has been chosen, and I should climb the mountain so high. I should go across the sea and ocean and sing with the bird in the sky. It's only Jah up above a man who lead the way under whose shadow I abide. Me say you're running and you're running and you're running away, but from yourself you know you can't hide. One I die. Well, everybody, would you rise and focus your mind? Search for the truth and learn to be kind. Everybody, would you fight against the evil you find? Tell your people about the religion of your mind. They sing again. Well, everybody, would you sing? Everybody, would you rise? Why die, one? Come me say he who dwells in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I and I. Well, every day I rise up above them lies, but still they won't fight. I and every day I rise with my spirits well high. Can you know Jaja guide I and I. Well, everybody, would you rise and focus your mind? Search for the truth and learn to be kind. Everybody, would you fight against the evil you find? Tell your people about the religion of your mind. Me sing again.
Take this country, then Africa is settled. Once there's a good government in one African country, the whole of Africa will be liberated. See, we're not in one good government, a straight and progressive, clean government that knows what it's doing. No diplomacy, no compromises, no agreement, no Marxism, Leninism, no capitalism, Africanism.
The time don't come for me to talk. Before I talk, make I thank everyone for the support you now give my family during our troubles. You, my friends, you not there with me. 97. I shall never forget. 97. The pains, the sorrow, the stress. I want to thank you, my friends. I want to thank you, my friends. The day all of us we gather to pay our respect to the one and only fella. We carry him going house before him spirit over a little mare palace. I say yeah. For those who don't know, not that they that know. Say the people them love fella. Oh.
There has not been anybody in this whole politics in Africa. Only two people have walked on the streets to follow people to where they are going. Nkrumah and my mother. What are you talking about? All this nonsense that you have hanging around here. They sit down in cars, man.
The young and the old, the strong and the weak, the rich and the poor, them gather to carry below. And then as we want start to relax, we don't know our problems don't start. From nowhere we are. Cause and find us pass, just like that she died. We start to wonder why. Enough is enough. The people start to talk. The problems done too much. As we start to relax again and then suddenly now the matter of my sister, so I can make all lovers weak for body. Again we asked ourselves why, for she was too young to die. As we they try now, so we they cry, to struggle to save her life. The doctors them they fight, they want to get the money to survive. The thing where they think it's past, now the way she suffer before she died. Now so then they got they took to experimenting with human life. Oh, my sister's alive. 97, I shall never forget. 97, I shall never forget. 97. Oh, as I remember,
music is the weapon. Music is the thing of the future. Music is the weapon of the future.
emhlabeni alusakhethi nantandane kuthangikhala izinyembezi kuthangikhala izinyembezi nantu size emhlabeni Neria wo Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Mariane we kaneria Mariane we Upenyo emindube Guarira bebo tejieto Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Shinga moyo shinga Mariane we Baba Neria Neria Baba Mariane we Neria Mariane we Neria Neria Mariane we Mariane we Nameza bafoi Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Shinga moyo shinga Mariane we Ufurgune shanji Kutsaura vane danana Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Mariane we Mariane we Mariane we Mariane we Mariane we Neria wo Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Mariane we Neria Mariane we Kuvirwa ne murume ana Jino toda moyo we kushingaire Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Saore moyo kaneria Mariane we Shingaira kaimeneria Mariane we Neria Mana Mariane we Neria Mariane we Neria Mariane we Neria Neria Mariane we Here I am again, back on the corner again, back where I belong, where I've always been. Everything the same, it'll never change. I'm back on the corner again, in the healing game. Down those edge of streets, down those ancient roads, where nobody knows, where nobody goes. I'm back on the corner again. Everything's the same, it'll never change.
in the Keelan game. While the choir boys sing,
Where the choir boys sing,
where I've always been,
where I've always been.
sing a song of soul.
Sing a song of soul.
Baby, don't you know,
Don't you know, don't you know?
we can let it roll
Let it roll
on a saxophone,
on the saxophone.
Backstreet Jelly Roll.
Backstreet Jelly Roll.
I'm in the Keelan game. All right, all right. Well, the homeboys sing, sing the songs and praises about the golden days in the Keelan game. Sing it out loud,
Sing it out loud.
sing it in your name,
Sing it in your name.
sing it like you're proud,
Sing it like you're proud.
sing the Keelan game.
Sing the healing game.
Sing it out loud,
Sing it out loud.
sing it in your name,
Sing it in your name.
sing it like you're proud,
Sing it like you're proud.
sing the Keelan game,
Sing the healing game.
sing the Keelan game,
Sing the healing game.
sing the Keelan game, sing it in your name,
Sing it in your name.
sing the Keelan game, sing the Keelan game, sing the Keelan game, sing it in your name, sing the Keelan game, 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 sing it in your name, sing the Keelan game, 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 sing it in your name, sing the Keelan game. Sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing it in your name. Sing me the healing game. Sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing it in your name. Sing me the healing game. Sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing the healing game, sing it in your name. Sing the healing
I could stay awake just to hear you breathing. Watch you smile while you are sleeping, while you're far away and dreaming. I could spend my life in this sweet surrender. I could stay lost in this moment forever. Every moment spent with you is a moment.
Howard spells it out for us. Finally tonight, being first is always important, but it's also important to remember those who came before us in their own efforts to be first. Who's 5 Acre Rock Howard spells it out for us.
Nuria. Nurraya.
That is correct. Zaila Avant-Garde, the first African American to win the National Spelling Bee, a thrilling moment made possible by thousands of moments by thousands of people who paved the way. People like Magnolia Cox, a 13-year-old girl from Akron, a prodigy, IQ through the roof, qualified for the National Bee in 1936. Had to travel there in the colored car of the train. Couldn't stay in the hotel with the other contestants, had to use the back door of the arena and sit at a card table once inside. And yet Magnolia marched on. She was the first African American to get to the top 5, seemingly on her way to victory. Magnolia had studied from the list of 100,000 words given to every speller. But the judges, all white Southerners, apparently had seen enough.
They pulled a word that wasn't on the list. And, you can't make this up. The word is nemesis.
A word just moving into popular vernacular, nemesis, the goddess of divine retribution and revenge. Magnolia misspelled it.
It was kind of moving from innocence to experience. And it was like our first real taste of racism.
Van Jordan literally wrote the book on Magnolia, noted scholar, professor, internationally acclaimed and award-winning poet, and just like Magnolia, Akron native.
It's a reminder of how fragile that period can be when you're a teenager.
The moment celebrated in 2021 made all the more powerful because of what happened in 1936. Magnolia wanted to be a doctor, ended up a domestic for a doctor. Life wasn't easy. She eventually died from cancer at a relatively young age. Those moments in 1936, pivotal.
When you see young people, you really have to encourage them because something that might happen at that stage in their life could be indelible, and it could change the course of their lives.
All these years later, this is what's indelible. A thrilling moment made possible by thousands of moments, by thousands of people who paved the way. Rob Powers, News 5.
We love to see it. And Zaila has said she hopes to be an inspiration for more African Americans to get involved in the bee. And history's not lost on her. Zaila says Magnolia was in her thoughts the night she won it all. Rob.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning to you, Dr. Remy. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Wali. Where's everybody? I see only 5 people.
I know.
Maybe they'll join in the afternoon.
Well, it's almost 12, so we should be expecting them.
After the afternoon.
Right. We're expecting our speaker from Africa to join us soon. Explain to Dr. Aluya that she's experiencing a power outage where she is in Togo. So I've asked her to conserve her energy, and she should log on in about 5 minutes to the hour.
Okay.
So she will start us off. We want to make sure that she's able to contribute.
Good morning, Dr. Aluya. How are you?
And good morning, Dr. Chen.
Dr. Chen, how are you?
Yeah. Who is? I don't see the name of this other person. Oh, I think it's Olayinka Dare.
Hello, how are you,
Hi,
everyone?
how are you?
Hi.
Welcome.
Fine, thank you. Okay, so what's happening? Where's everybody?
We hope they join us. We hope they join us. Yes.
Okay, but I'm enjoying the video. Please continue. Why will you?
Well, we're about to start, so we need to get everybody settled. We have about 5 minutes to the hour, so just wanted to make sure that everybody is ready and set And I hope that people are not confused with the timing as well as
it's a public holiday across most of the African countries because of the Eid al-Kabir Muslim holiday. Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
that too. Oh, that too. Yeah. Well, it's going to be recorded, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, cross. Well
we
done,
just
everybody.
we just need to have a good deliberation.
Okay. Well done.
Thank you. You know, one of our friends on Facebook posted this, made this post today, and it says, "Birds born in a cage think flying is an illness." I couldn't stop laughing. So funny.
Birds born in a cage are what?
Think that flying is an illness. That's some guy wrote it, I think. Robin Artisan. Anyway. Let's wait for, we just need 2 people to join us. Is Dr. Aluya there? Dr. Aluya, you have to unmute to speak. Dr. Aluya? All right. Okay, it's 12 o'clock on my phone. Haven't heard from Dr. Aluya. What time is it on your phone, in your system, Dr. Remy?
It's 12:01.
Okay, so we should start.
Maybe you should call Dr. Aluya and see if I don't know, maybe he's having tech challenges also.
Okay.
Black share, where are the one around?
Let me look for Felicity in Togo and see how she's doing.
Good morning, King Nana Otulate, or good afternoon, rather. Thank you for joining us. We missed you yesterday.
That's right. All right. So Dr. Remy, I think maybe you should start. Maybe when Dr. Aluya comes, he can take over. Maybe you should start, and the housekeeping rules, the introductions, etc. We'll start the recording now.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get to the day 4 program. Give me a second, please.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the day 4 of the Spirit of Peace and Prosperity Conference. And today, our topic for day 4 is, just 1 second here. Dr. Wale, sorry, I'm going to start again.
That's okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the day 4 Spirit of Peace and Prosperity Conference. Our topic for day 4 is heritage and identity. And today we have a lot of wonderful speakers that will be sharing their thoughts and perspectives. So sit tight. The theme also is on harmonizing the cultures and traditions of the African world, recognizing and celebrating diversity. We're going to have 3 plenary sessions today. And the first one is on presentations and discussion of African art, heritage, and cultural identity, featuring royal entities, notable scholars, professionals, and philanthropists in the arts and beauty products industry. And just some ground rules before we commence. Please, if you're not a guest speaker, or if you're not called to speak, please kindly put your mics on mute, and everything should be okay. No interruptions, when guests are speaking. And if you have any questions, we suggest to wait till the end or type them in the chat, and they will be forwarded to the appropriate guest speaker. So I'm going to, Dr. Wale, do you want me to read? I don't know. I only see Dr. Shenzira.
Yes, we have Lady Felicity Nassin, as well as Nana Barbara King on the list. So if you scroll down, you probably will see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying in terms of the people that have joined.
Oh,
so let
yes.
me give you.
Yeah, yes. No, Dr. Chenzira is the only one that's here right now.
Okay.
I will do the prologue so I can.
Okay, so to start off, let me tell you about the speakers that we have today. We have Lady Felicity N. Naisem, and she's the founder of Flame of Culture International, Dari Award and Bravery Company. She's also a film actress, a producer, and a script writer. And Lady Felicity is an advocate for culture. She brought a team of individuals to give children a brighter future, founder of a nonprofit organization, Flame of Culture International, which is based in New York and Chad. And she's working through a planned center, serving widows, orphans, children who are lost in the world, and those that are going through physical and mental abuse. Her vision is to provide shelter and a second chance by establishing educational arts center in different countries in Africa. She created Dari Awards, which is a national award to uplift and promote Chadian artist talents, and which is also a movie reality show and a fashion company to promote and fight against injustice and women's violence. And at the moment, she's waiting for her film to be launched, and it's called Marginalized. We look forward to hearing from Lady Felicity. And
Isn't
next
that
week,
Isn't that
yes,
amazing?
amazing, yeah.
Yeah, so she'll be joining us from Africa, from Togo,
Okay,
any moment now, and she'll kickstart it.
I
But in the
can't wait to
meantime,
hear about her work.
I know. This is and this is so complimentary with also our representative from the Caribbean as well as the United States. So really, today's program is so important and so magnificent. If you just capture, if you will, just capture today's overview, and then I'll say a
Yes,
few words. Yes. Thank you.
sure. So a few words about today's program is that the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, and racism not only distorted Africa's political economy, social cultural development, it also distorted history and importance of the African value, proposition, and disposition of African cultural esteems on the continent and in the diaspora, which many of us are aware of. The burden of intersectionality continues to impede the self-perception, full production capacity, perception of beauty, cultural integrity, ideas of aesthetics, consumption, and habits of so many people in the global African societies. Damaged self-esteem and mental illness are perhaps the most significant challenges faced by African communities as it factors into economics, politics, and social interactions. The exploitation of African society's vulnerabilities has been a scientific trillion-dollar industry as billions of hard-earned income from the communities to the cosmetics and personal beauty care, jewelry designer, brands in fashion and faith, and other prestigious social status consumer products and services industry. This discussion will take place between experts, pundits, scholars, entrepreneurs, and professionals in a related fields, along with the interests of restitution and reparation of the African cultural identity. Furthermore, the panelists will present recommendations for the preparation of restitution, such as international corporations, provenance research, legal frameworks, and the appropriate to steer the discussion in their countries. So that's a little bit information about what we hope to hear from some of our speakers today. And we invite you, our esteemed guests who are calling in or viewing from all over the world, to partake in our discussion today on the issue or topic of heritage and identity, and the theme of harmonizing the cultures and traditions of African worlds, recognizing and celebrating diversity. Thank you very much. And Dr. Wale, I pass it to you. Would you like to say a few words? And if you want me to introduce the other two speakers, let me know.
Thank you so very much. It's always good to see you. You look wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you
too.
very much. Thank you very much. I'm wearing my Ghanaian garb. I'm so proud of it. So it's great to see everyone. Dr. Aluya and I just communicated. Apparently his computer froze, and so he had to restart it. So he will be joining us soon. I also spoke to, I also communicated with the speaker from Togo. She'll be joining us. She asked for just a minute to set up. So we'll make it happen. You know, this is what it takes, and we didn't expect it to be easy, especially this particular topic. You know, this is a very, very, very interesting topic because it is where most of us lag. Because you know, some of us are pretentious about this. To be honest, this is a really candid discussion, and I really applaud those who are able to come to the table to have this very difficult discussion. So what really is significant about this is it brings us to the question. I mean, the topic of today is heritage and identity. So when we're talking about heritage and identity, we're talking about culture, and then we're talking about African culture. It begs a question, especially today, about what exactly is African. And you'll find this argument everywhere. 1 out of 2 people is likely to argue about what makes a valid African. The argument generally results into an open-ended question that can be answered in many, many ways, most of which are valid. Some of the things that come to many people when confronted with these questions are so some of these questions are prime nature, primordial, tribalism, and atrophy, black, etc. That's what is ascribed to the lady from Togo is calling me. So I think she has a link, right? She does.
Welcome, Queen Mother Nana Zakia. Good to see you join us today.
All right. Yes, indeed. It's great to see Nana Zakia. So the question of what makes a valid African continues to plague us because we have many, you know, Africa is a place, right? Is a continent. And the same people often juxtapose the argument with America because America is now so multi-ethnicity. And so they ask the same question with Africa. You have the Arabs to the north. You have a lot of Indians in the east, Chinese in the east as well, both Madagascar and the other country there have significant Asian people. And also in South Africa, you have the European settlers. So you begin to wonder, you know, if they make the argument of being African, where does this discussion take us? And that's really what begs the question on what is valid African today. Now, what we are saying here is that not all that are Black are African, so and not all that are not Black are not Africans. This is what's really interesting because we often ascribe Black to Africans, so we're Black, but you know, the concept of Black is it's very challenging these days because oftentimes, as mentioned, we have people who are extremely light in complexion and are Africans. We have some who look completely European or Caucasian and are pure-blooded Africans. So it's very interesting today to begin to redefine what is African. And this question was placed to the African Union, I remember, several years ago. And the African Union defined what is African, who is African as whoever could trace their ancestors back to Africa at any point in time. And that's encompassing if you think about it, okay? But then, what about citizenship, right?
Dr. Wali, can I interject for a moment? Is that all right with you?
Not yet, please, if you don't mind.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, just wait. I'll be done pretty soon, and then we can follow the sequence of the discussion. I'm just making a presentation, and you can debunk it, and we can discuss
No,
it.
I wasn't trying to debunk. I just wanted to add something to what you were saying. Nothing
Thank you.
about debunking at
You'll
all.
get to speak. You'll get to speak, and you can. If
No
please take
problem.
note of your thought. Don't lose it. So, what we're saying here is that, the purpose of every racial group really is to play a role in humanity. And what's so good about who we are is the value of the culture that we bring to the table of humanity. So that's why the value that Africanness brings to the table is different from Europeanness or Chinese or Indian or any other, or Arab for that matter, and so many other racial groups that exist today in the world. And you can imagine there's an infinite amount of groups, even though we just think that there are a few, but the complexity of racial construct is so magnificent. Many Africans have this great understanding about the complexity that's even within the race itself. For instance, the ethnicity. A lot of people, this is one thing the diaspora oftentimes for not consider, which is the complexity of ethnicity. The Native Americans have it. Many indigenous cultures have it. Of course, this is one of the things that extended family, immediate family, brought to the diaspora unwillingly through colonization and slavery. Oftentimes, have lost this connection with the ethnicity from which they were supplanted. And this is what the Africans continue to inherit. And I tell you, it's a huge burden to some, not all, but sometimes it looks very fanciful, it looks beautiful, all this culture and all this, but there's another side to it, which is so detrimental, which is so shameful, to be honest with you, about how this ethnicity interacts. It's not all kumbaya. So there's so much for us to do in order to understand the complexity and the diversity of the African people, and to begin to embrace it, and to begin to rekindle the spirit that is dissipated around the world, which continues to dilute our strength as a people, that continues to impede our effort to build a cultural strength. And again, there's so many layers of identity that confuses us, to be honest with you. I'm not even talking about habit or misdemeanor or all kinds of things like that, but just really on the cultural level as well, our acculturation, and so on and so forth. The fact of the matter here is that the African world is full of great diversity and is so rich. And it's important for us to understand the richness of our people and the diversity, and be able to do everything that we possibly can, each of us, to embrace it all completely without any 1/8 rule or any kind of, dissension. I really think that this is something we need to work on. And I think that doing so would allow us to paint that beautiful tapestry of the African image in the world. This is something that I believe should be dear to us because it's of its importance. And this is one of the reasons that we're having this discussion today. And we've invited people, as mentioned, from the continent, the Caribbean, and the Americas to join us today to have this discussion. So this marks the 4th day of the Spirit of Peace Conference. And it is my pleasure to welcome my wonderful brother, Dr. Nelson Aluya, who is going to anchor this particular event today. Dr. Aluya,
yes,
please.
Thank you. Sorry, I was on. I actually logged on, and then when I was trying to click and turn when my dear sister Remy was talking, I could hear you, but then my laptop decided to go on reboot. So I had to reboot the whole thing and start all over. But then that's technology for you. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, and pleasure to be amongst my brothers and sisters, irrespective of where you were born. Like somebody said, as long as you're black, and black is not just a skin color or tone. Black is an experience, and that's experience that resonates with your DNA, and that transcends through, the culture and principles which we call Africa and what it is being African. Um, so it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm glad to be, co anchoring this so that we understand what it is that we bring to the table, and not just to the table here, but the global space, and get ourselves accustomed to what it is that we have, we can bring, and what the future looks like for us, so that we begin to prepare ourselves and those behind us for the future. I've always said this, that he who does not know his roots is like a tree that does not know it's part of a branch. And nothing happens to that branch but to wither and die off. So if you understand where your roots are, and know that you're part of a branch of a big tree that constitutes who we are, then it makes things a lot easier. But then, I'm all big in mentorship, raising young ones and pointing them in the direction where it's going and what's going to come in the future, so that they can begin to prosper and thrive as well. Because that's what every race do, and we must begin to do that as well. So, well, at this stage, I think my sister has Remy has spoken already, right? I'm not sure who else is talking again.
No, I just did an intro
Okay,
of
okay.
today's theme and and introduced our sister Felicity from Chad, or I believe she's calling in from Togo, but she's originally from Chad, I believe.
All right. Well, so, Felicity, I'm sure it's afternoon or almost evening where you are right now. It's 12:24 where I am here in New Jersey, in the Northeast. So it's a pleasure, having you on, and for us to have this, discussion in the context of what it is being black, being African, and what it is that the future holds for us, really, and what we can bring to the table collectively. And I say this, that there's an awakening and a reckoning in the black consciousness, and that is begin to beat each and everyone's DNA, and there's a coming together. There's a story behind it, and I'll give you a short story so that we get a concept of where we're coming from. Before the 1800s, they used to say, oh, if you want to hide something away from the black man, what do? You put it in a book, because the black people do not read. But then again, we understand, we came to know that yes, they did not want us to read because it will create exposure. But then, things began to change in the late 1800s. And of course, our people began to read. And when they started reading, individuals like Nnamdi Azikiwe, uh, Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, and all that. These guys came here to the US to actually study. Nnamdi was in the university here in 1924, and all the things that they did at that time. So then the black man started reading. So what's the outcome of the black man reading? Then they said, oh, the black man can read, but they don't associate. What does that mean? Meaning they can't come together and make a decision about anything. So, but guess what? The black man started associating. And Kwame Nkrumah communicated with, great minds like Jomo Kenyatta, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, and all this. And then they started associating. And this actually started late in the 1940s, and then, in the early 50s. And we saw the outcome of what happened. And not just that, across the globe as well. They communicated with the blacks who were here in the US and black brothers who were in the Caribbean, everywhere. That association yielded results. And that result was resoundingly strong. And it created a message all over the globe for the black experience. And I'll tell you what, here in the US in the 1960s, it culminated into civil rights. Now, in the Caribbean, it was independence. Across Africa, it was all independence as well. And that movement for independence took place. So we gained all of that. But at the end, a lot of things, again, got lost in translation and everything else. But that same reading again, I felt and I told people, look, associating is different. Now, the word that we're using now is collaborating. Because when you collaborate, you bring in all your resources. And those resources are what? Your time, your money, and your intellectual capacity. All of those things, when you put together, you collaborate to achieve definite, objective, attainable, and sustainable results. And we'll begin to see that. Because look, across the globe, Black people are beginning to collaborate. So, and that's why each and every one of you, when I say we're hearing the beats again, these things are coming, there's a awakening, there's a reckoning. This is what we feel in our time. And we'll begin to collaborate. And guess what? Thank God, technology is making it possible. I mean, can you imagine me talking right now with my sister in Felicity, where she is right now in Chad, and Miss, Miss Alapo, and my brother, in New York, all at the same time. It was impossible if not for technology. Because they used to say this, that you take the Black man 243 years to catch up with the white race. 243 years. But technology has made it possible for us to leapfrog ahead. And we must ride on that technology that's given us this capacity. So we're collaborating, we're coming together, and the DNA is beating fast. And we see their DNA, we recognize it. So what are we going to do with it? And that's where the question begins to go. But I tell you this, we will see the results. In another 5 to 10 years, we will see the results. And it become really and truly evident again across the Black race. So I'll leave it there, and I'll call on my sister, Felicity, who's going to give us a presentation, right? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
The floor is for who?
Yeah, unmute yourself. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I'm originally from Chad, and I've been living in the US for like 15 years now, but I just come to Togo to produce a movie on how women are marginalized and breast cancer. So the movie will be out in September. So I should return like next month. Thank you. Thank you. So for what Dr. Nelson just said is really important. Like for what I see is like, I think we need to be united, like African. That's very important. The information that we give to each other is very important. Knowing where we come from is, for me, it's very important for each other to know each other and give each other information, things that we don't know about each other, and so Africa can grow. That is like what I can say in my introduction. So, yes, I don't know if I have anything else to introduce to it.
Well, good. I think I should have actually, given a little summary of what you actually really do. So, pardon me, Miss Felicity Nassim, right?
Nassim, yes.
Right, film actress, producer, scriptwriter, founder of Film for Culture International Dari Award and Bravery Company, right? She's an advocate for culture, brought a team of individuals to children for a brighter future, founder of non-profit organization Film for Culture, international based in New York and Chad. Working Plan Center serves widows, orphans, children who are lost in the world, and those who are going through physical and mental abuse. Our vision is to provide shelter and second chance by establishing educational art center at different countries in Africa. She created Dari Awards, which is a national award to uplift and promote Chadian artists, talents. Bravery Company is a movie reality show and a fashion company to promote fight against injustice. women's violence, and she's waiting for a movie that's right and produced in Africa to be out this summer. It's called titled Marginalized. So, sister, thank you. I must commend you. You see, and I honor you with what you do, with the work you do. But and I stand on the premise, and I say this all the time, that we as Black people, we often work in silos, meaning, we work in our own space and try to dominate that space, but without truly looking outside to see what other resource that we can use to up what we're doing and elevate it. So I'm glad, again, this is why we're talking about connecting, and then we must collaborate. I mean, you talked about breast cancer. I pushed on something recently where we had a ground round. Ground round when doctors come talk to doctors. So if you come there, you hear big words that you most likely will not never understand. Well, it's the time where doctors come or specialties from one area talk to other doctors, who most likely the same specialty or different specialty, and tell them what they're doing in that field. So I created this collaborative effort for doctors here in the U.S., especially Black doctors or Nigerian or Black extracts, to talk to doctors who are in Nigeria. So we did the technology made it possible. And the last one we had was last month. It's done usually every last Friday of the month, and it was on breast cancer. And one of the things that prompted me to pick on the issue of breast cancer, because among people of our color, of ancestry, we have some of the most aggressive type of breast cancer in women, and they're usually young women as well. And that link, is the same thing we have here. So some of my brothers and sisters left Africa over 500 years ago. But guess what? That DNA is still linked, so that the kind of tissue reaction of breast cancer we have here is almost the same type we have in certain parts of Nigeria. So we had that discussion, and we identified that DNA and how best to manage the disease. And guess what? The doctor who talked about it is African American from Jamaican origin, and interacted with the doctors back home, talked, same presentation, same way, same manner of management. So, and that's again why it's important that we must begin to connect, so that all of this will come together. Now, why am I talking about collaboration? So that what you're doing is such a great work. Now, it's time to you to collaborate with those in the medical field, doctors, who would help you expand what you're doing, give you more voice as well, give you more expertise, give you all of those things. For instance, when people make a movie, what do? If you see the guys who handles the animals, they're experts. The person who writes the script to talk about medical issues, they're doctors. So, and a policeman who come with security. So those are some of the things we must begin to look. So you have resources, reach out to them. If you need somebody who's a computer analyst, reach out to Dr. Wale. Look, I need this person. Or you can reach out to me anytime I need this person. If I don't know, or if I don't have, I'll connect you with somebody else. That's how we must begin to work. So that we should stop working in silos and move on. All right?
Thank
Great.
you. Really appreciate it.
So thank you. I think who else is on? We have our dear sister.
Excuse me, Dr. Nelson.
Yeah.
Before we go to the next speaker, we might have questions for Lady Felicity. So.
All right. Any questions for Lady Felicity?
Yes, I have a question for her. Thank you so much, dear sister, for joining us. Coming from such a long distance. I know you have tech challenges, but hopefully you're able to hang around for a while. I would like you to speak more on the work that you're doing in terms of, women and children, and also in promoting arts and culture, because that's the main theme and topic for today, preserving cultural identity and heritage. And I know you have some work. I don't know if you're doing it in Chad or Togo or in the US or in all three, but can you shed more light on your work and the impact it's had on the various communities in preserving their heritage and culture.
Okay.
Let me add
Thank you.
something. Hold on, before you continue, let me add another question to that. I think that many of us are not quite exposed to the culture of Chad, and I know through my association with some kings from Chad that there's a lot of diversity in Chad as well, but we don't see it. We don't, because we don't understand it. I mean, imagine, you know, neighboring countries not understanding it, and then imagine the diaspora how far from understanding the whole construct of Chad. If you can shed some light as to these various cultural mores and tenets of Chad, what is particular about Chad? What differentiates Chad from other cultures, or Chadian culture, for instance, if there is any such thing, or if there's just multiplicity of cultures and so on and so forth. Thank you. And why and how you're able to connect with Togo? Is it based on the lingua franca like Francais or French, or is it because of other cultural relationship? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will start with the first question. I started my nonprofit in 2013, and it was based, 2012 in New York. So seeing how widows and orphans are suffering in Chad, I say to myself, being in America and I have different people here that can understand what people are going through in Chad, why can't I take that advantage and come to Chad, spread the words, and try to see in which way I can help? So that's how I started. And I went to Chad in 2013. I work with a group of widowers. The name of the organization is called Les Femmes de Gawi. It's like women of Gawis. Those are women that are really poor. They do poetry just like to survive, having what to eat, food, and all that. So I approached them with my group of 12 people, and we get a chance to sit together and talk and try to help them with the minimum that I have for them to keep doing their work, like the poetry. I don't know. In French, we call it poterie. My first language is French, so there are certain things that maybe pottery, like they do it, people drink water with it and all that. So most of those women are widows. So we started that way. And later on, I partnered with this organization called SOS Village d'Enfants. I don't know if you guys heard about it. It's an orphanage. It's all over Africa, though. Even in English countries, they keep the name in French, SOS Village d'Enfants. Huh?
Yes, Franco, I think you're talking about.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think she might be frozen.
Yeah.
Different programs for women. We want young girls on how to use pads, how to be like, you know, how to be like, the hygiene is very important. That's one thing that, you know, we miss a lot with young girls in Africa, especially in Chad where I grew. So like, we have this program, we're trying to get pads to help women, but I try my best, and maybe it's the who are rich that I didn't get the right connection to do.
Oh. She froze. You froze, my dear. Come back.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dr.
come back,
Leah.
my dear. Oh, we lost her.
Oh, reception. Oh, she's back.
Yeah.
Oh.
She had said that there was a power outage earlier. So I'm hoping that she had some battery juice left in her phone. Okay. I mean, obviously, Dr. Leah, you know what she's talking about. We can elaborate a little bit more on that. You know, there's obviously a lot more to Africa than just needs, but most of people often focus on the needs of communities, as you also have mentioned earlier, Dr. Aluya. What do you think about this?
Well, often enough, people there's so much want and need all around, and it's not just in Africa alone. It's it's global. There's so much here, even in the United States, that people are really in the fringes and the underbellies of the most advanced and most sophisticated country in the world. They have them a lot in Europe, and so far more in Asia or Southeast Asia. But who's talking about that? Because it's thrown at our face and it's put in the media. And again, that's why controlling narrative is so important, because the message that is put out there, that even your children hear about you, your situation, and everything else, the time is often enough how they feel about you. I mean, you'll be shocked if, if there's a story that's put out there so often, so much about you. Even your children will begin to believe those same stories, even when they live with you in the house. So, and that's the narrative that we put on Africa for so long, too long. I mean, we see every day where these people will say, oh, let's feed children, let's do this. And then the next thing is you see an African child with a plate and a fly all over, right? And they're collecting money, and that money is being collected here in the US. And if you look down to that, it's only $1 or 20 cents to $1 that really gets to Africa. The rest, where does it go? You understand? But that's the narrative that's thrown on our face constantly, to a point where even some of our brothers and sisters in the US, in the Caribbean, and even the African continent themselves don't want to identify as Africans, because nobody wants to identify with anything that's derogatory or that makes them feel or look bad. So again, we must begin to find a way to, one, address those issues, right? And say, look, there's so much want. We're not the only ones. Stop putting those nasty pictures on the phone, on TV, because then if by the time you add another child of another racial background, you see that child is looking a little cleaner, a little finer, and the whole environment, as if every child that's in Africa is a plate holding, fly laden child, and which is not true. So, and then they forget to tell the narrative and the story that all the mineral resources that are taken, that is being used on Earth, majority of them come from Africa, or some part of Europe is collecting $500 billion out of Africa every day, and yet we're poor. And that's the story they push on, and again, that has to change. But and I'll tell you this, and I've said, and I've given lectures on this, that for any race to begin to dominate, they must control 3 M's. The first M is money. The second M is military. The third M is media. For any race to begin to dominate, you must control these 3 M's. Until we begin to restructure our mindset into looking how to dominate that, we're not going anywhere. Money, military, and media. Money you need to go after and collect and control. Because with money, you buy your military. And with the money, you can control your media. And you can control the narrative about everything. I mean, look at the Chinese. What did they do first? They went after the money. They control money, and we know what they've done with it. And then what did they do? They bought military. And that's why you see them display their military hardware and everything else, and trying to go to space and all that. And then what are they trying to do now? Control media, Huawei, 5G, and all of this. That's how you begin to dominate. And now and that's why I talked about raising young ones. We must begin to raise them and begin to point them in the right direction, like, listen, my child, this is how you must go. This is how we've been left behind for so long. And we've been cut out of the big picture for so long. We must begin to move in this direction. It may not be in my lifetime, it may not be in your lifetime, but I'll tell you this, if you and I cannot control the dial, then we must create a platform for those who will.
So our guest is here. Our guest is here. She's back here.
Yes.
Speaker, yes. Go ahead.
Is she on? I can't see her.
She has to unmute herself also. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
hello?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. I lost connection for a minute. Sorry. We're in Africa.
Why do you keep muting me?
No,
I
I'm
don't
sorry. I
understand
just
why-
Can
No,
you
it's
hear me?
not you. Wally keeps muting me. I was complimenting you and he keeps muting me. And every time I turn around, he's muting me. Welcome back, my love.
Thank you so much.
I've got to say this. Everyone who is not speaking has to be muted. That's it.
I just was welcoming the daughter. She just came back. What was all about? I mean, we're having, this is what, we're just having a discussion. I was welcoming her back. I did not take her time. Stop muting me. Thank you. We're all on the discussion. Go ahead, my love. I want to hear about, because you said something about culture and healing, and I want to get on that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You
So,
said something about culture and healing.
Yes. So my program and my organization is to help women, young girls, and orphans. So we get a chance to work with widowers. We help them get to do the pottery and raise some money to help their organization in 2014. And I work with SOS Village d'Enfants, like I said. And we had another program, which is to help young girls to have pads, like one girl, one pad, one girl, one pad. That's a program that we had. I was trying to raise some pad to bring it there because it's still nowadays, young girls still using cloths when they have the periods. And this is like, the doctor is here, he can like say if I'm wrong. I think there's a lot of bacteria, infections and all that they can contact using those cloths that sometimes are not even clean and all that. So we got to a point we want to just like try to help and teach them how to know about the hygiene and all that, but we did not get a chance to finish that program. So after that, I hold on for a little while. I went back to you to organize Dari Awards, which is an awards to give a voice to Chadian artists, because like when you talk about Chad, all that people see most of the time is like war and all those things, all those bad negativity and going on. So we have a lot of artists that can be ambassadors and talk about those things so we can get to raise money to help like girls and women. Those are the programs that are rare in Chad. So I tried to do that 2 years. And then the third years, I feel like people are not listening to you if you don't have somebody and above authority, like you have to have like a minister as a friend or, you know, having some close people to you to do those things. So last year I came on vacation here in Togo because my uncle, jumping to Wally's question, what am I doing? Why Togo? So my uncle is married to a Togolese lady. So I get a chance to come to Togo 3-4 times. And when I came here, I feel like I can shoot the movie here because the resource and all that is like, it's not expensive like in Chad. And I got a lot of actors that I get to know and they really understand my vision and they were ready to jump into the project. So we work on the movie that we finished already. So the movie is like, we really bring everything out there. And what make that movie really viewable is that the actress, 2 of my actresses has been abused in the relationship. So when I come out with that movie, they like, Felicity, that's me you're talking about. I need the whole world to know that I went through this. So I know the woman can see herself in me and say, oh my God, it's time for me to come and speak the truth, because women are going through this, but in the name of tradition, they can't even say a word. A lot of countries in Africa, we're still going through this. When your husband beats you, don't say it to anybody. Nobody has to know about it. So keep it secret. That's your marital like secret. Keep it secret. So we have to talk about those things. Women need to come out and say what they're going through. A lot of them died even. A lot of them even die. So the aim of that movie is that, and then we introduce a breast cancer in it because 3 or 4 countries, I heard women dying, getting tested like from breast cancer, end up saying that this is a fetish, or is maybe the rival is doing some voodoo thing on them, or which is really sad. That's ignorance. They need to know what is cancer. Someone need to do, like, I don't know if it's a prep, if it's a meeting, if it's something, for someone to come out there and tell them, you have to touch your breast, and if there's a lump there, you have to go and see a doctor. You need to know yourself, like what is going on with yourself. Are you okay in there? You have to check up on yourself. And, you know, it's good to talk about religion and all that, but who are we as women? What are we doing? Like, how are we seeing ourselves in the moral conscience? Like, how are we doing? Like, are we okay? And that is, yeah, the inner thing. So that is like what really pushed me to shoot that 1-hour movie. Yes. So thank you. I don't know if I answered all your questions.
May I add to that quickly? I think we have to look at the issue of national and family culture. What is making women resist or being doubtful about health issues or other, issues that affect them the most? Is it a national culture issue or a family issue? Are we conditioned at the family level based on national policies that may not favor women and then make them subservient, and also at the same time relegate women to the back burner? Or are we looking at family culture where sometimes even other women in the family will come out against women who want to come forward? So I think we're dealing with 2 types of culture or cultural values here at the national level or national culture level and at the family level.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Can I answer some
Yes,
of the
please.
questions? First of all, I think that we're talking about African heritage. What is African heritage? What does it mean to be Africa? First of all, we know that science has already proven that the first woman, if you watch the documentary on the search of the real Eve, it already's been proven that a melanated Black woman in Africa is the mother of civilizations. It's already been proved that people who are melanated are the people who come from this Eve. So that is what makes us African. Then we also have to know that there are people who are not African. We must know that there are people who are not African. Those people who are not African cannot understand about being African. Then we have melanated people who have never left the continent of America, but are also Black Native Americans. We have melanated people all over the world. So this is what makes us African is we come from the original Eve that has been scientifically proved to have melanin. It does not matter what color we are. It does not matter where we are on the planet, but to know that the mother that gave birth to us is a melanated woman is very important, which makes us so-called African. I don't really like to use that. I think that melanated is very beautiful because we come in very various hues. And I think if we keep in our mind the poem about Langston Hughes, about the hues that we come, then we can understand that that is who we are. We don't have to worry about ethnicity. We don't have to worry about where we were dropped off or where we were originated from. This is what brings us together. When you talk about what else makes us African, it's not really what makes us African as much as Wally said, is what makes us human. What makes us human in our humanity? Well, what makes us human in our humanity is the way that our mother brought us into the world, the way our mother nourished us, the way she gave us her breast, the way that she fed us, the way that she changed our diapers, the way that she dealt with our family. So we know that family is the essential, it's the essential and the most primordial and the beginning of society. You have your mother, you have your father, you have your sisters, you have your brothers. You start relating to these people in a way that is relative to you. It doesn't matter whether you're in the rainforest and you're a pygmy, or you're in Ethiopia and you're one of the tallest people, or you're in Kenya. It's all about the family resources, how your family takes care of you, how your family helps you to develop, to get you through the stages of life. You yourself are talking about Chadian women who are very poor. And we have laws, we have cultures and laws that used to be the safety net for the elders in our community, for the widows in our community, for the people who are sick, because we as a family, as a village, as a network, as a community, we had our healers, we had our builders, we had people that did certain things, we had our resources, we were in charge of our resources so that we can do what we needed to do to protect and make sure we were all in the safety net. And it starts basically with the humanity and the education and the love and the respect that we should have for one another. So in the old days, they said that if a woman became a widow, it's a Bible law, biblical law. It goes back to Judaism. It goes back also to Islam. It was said that that woman was still not really a widow because the husband who died, the father, would step in and take care of his brother's wife and children. But now we have a breakdown of all of that. So all of our safety nets got holes in it. Nobody's safe anywhere. I don't care if you're Black, I don't care if you're white, I don't care if you're Chinese, if you ain't got your insurance, if you ain't got certain things in place, you're a fish, a little fish, and there's whales all around you. I applaud you because also through our heritage, the way that you started dealing with women was not just that they didn't have the safety net of brothers-in-laws or the safety nets of sons or the safety nets of the people that were around them, but they were poor themselves, so they couldn't really help them anyway. But the culture is what saved them, because I'm listening to you and you said that these women make beautiful pottery. So this is part of their culture. This is something they get from the land. This is something if they had better resources without colonialism, that they would be able to really sell these beautiful potteries. Okay, we got so much stuff made in China, but we got so many things that can be made from Africa. And then at the same time, we always have something that connects us to our ethnicity, to our culture, to our religion, or something that can help us economically is something. Christian used the cross. How much money are they making out of gold crosses? How much money are they making out of silver stars of David? Right. How much money is going into stars and crescents? You understand? So these things are being mined, and they're being mined from where? To make these things go out to perpetuate religion or whatever. Africa and other places.
I'm
it's
sorry.
The culture. It's the culture that gives us the connection. And the other brother said that you had to have money, this and that. No, that is not how this started. The way that domination
I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry, I have to interject.
Control your food. Control your food.
For the sake
of time.
Hello,
control your land.
Can you hear me?
Control your food, control your land, and record your resources. Then it's the money. Then it's it's all a conglomerate of where we have to go back to the Belgium conference.
Right. All right. Can you guys hear me? I can't hear myself.
We can hear you.
Okay. I was saying we got to go back to taking control over the Belgium conference that took
All
our
right.
resources.
Sister, for the sake of time, let's move on. There's so much to discuss still.
I'm sorry. I got so much. I got so much inside. We're all right. Nobody's wrong.
All right. So I think Sister Felicity, are you done, or you still have a little more insight to give us what's going on, and with particular your movie or something before we move to the next speaker?
Yes, I'm trying to come out, like in September is the time that I was decided to put the movie out there. Okay. And I'm trying, like when I go back, I'll definitely okay, I'll do that. Thank you. So when I go back, what I'm gonna do is like I would definitely I would be so happy to meet everybody. Like you guys are amazing. I would love to meet everybody to talk about it, especially you on the doctor on the breast cancer but I'm gonna share the link with the trailer so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. And so I would love everybody to be there.
One of the things we could do is to help with the premiere. I mean, if you want to have a premiere at the Nigerian consulate in New York, we can help you pull that together. If it's in Uganda, if it's in Ghana, embassy or whatever, so that our people will see these things and know that one of our persons is producing it, because breast cancer in Africa anywhere is breast cancer anywhere. So that's what we need to do, and those are the resources that you must use. And then when it comes to artists, there's a gentleman, Dominic Tamin, who does the African Entertainment Award. I mean, it's great. It's one person to connect so that your artist can come feature in his program, even if it's to give an award or to give something, so that they'll hear them. Then you're giving them exposure that they truly need, because with exposure alone, things really do happen for people. All right. So thank you so much. Thank you. So
I got my hands up, and I think somebody else does too.
Okay. Who else? I can't see everybody else.
I do.
Dr. Kalfani.
Oh, Dr. Kalfani, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you. Go ahead.
Just real quick, peace, everybody. Good to see you all. I had a kind of a comment and a question. One is with regard to health in women with breast cancer and other kinds of ailments. I think that one of the things that we get sucked into a kind of a Western analysis, and we begin to look for treatments as opposed to looking for solutions to problems. And I think that, a lot of times we think that we inherit our diseases or diseases from our parents, but actually a lot of it is cultural in terms of the foods that we consume, what's in our environment, the types of ways in which we do things with our bodies. You even mentioned the young ladies with the sanitary napkins. And so if ladies or women are using, cleaning them in ways that are causing other kinds of, maybe the way that they clean them and the soaps that they use even lead or lend themselves to cervical cancer or other kinds of diseases. Maybe it's the process as opposed to the just that they need a treatment, right? And so I just want to hope that maybe the film and or some other kind of discussion can move us away from just looking at allopathic medicine and European ways of doing things. What are the herbs that our ancestors used? And then the other thing I was going to add to Dr. Nelson's comment on, I put it in the chat, but the M, that you got to add the missionaries to your M, because the way in which the Christian and Muslim religious systems came into Africa and are there presently, and that they dominate. I was looking at recently the wealthiest pastors in the world, and so many of them are in Africa. Billionaires, multi-millionaires, 100 millionaires are in Africa. But in Nigeria and Uganda and other places. although their parishioners are all poor, extremely poor in many regards. And so then we have to say, what are the things that started through colonialism and missionaries and continue with our own people doing the same kinds of things? You know, is it a place for me to have a jet plane and 5 or 6 houses, or do I need to be contributing to this film and building some schools and other things in the community, as opposed to self indulgence? And I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kalfani. I'll say this. In terms of health issues, I'm pretty big on genetics and the onset of genetics and how it affects us as a people. And the new term that's in the medical lexicon right now is the word epigenetics. Epigenetics, a few people have heard about it, but what it really means is how your environment or what you eat, your environment, what you eat, and all that alter the way your DNA is expressed. It doesn't change the DNA itself, it just changes the way it's expressed. And a whole lot of things is happening, and it's happening to us. I've given lectures with regards to why African Americans here in the United States or Black have more diabetes than any other ethnic groups, why we constitute 14 to 15% of the population, but we constitute 34% of those who are on dialysis, or people who get amputated on a daily basis in this country. Um, Africa was actually defined as a continent without diabetes. This was in the 80s here, not too long ago. And then we began to see because the numbers that was given in the 80s was just about 800,000 people or less. Now, today, we have 21 million and counting. And those are the ones we know. Now, here in the United States, they have 30 million people, 33 million people with 88 million who are pre-diabetic. So, but we have more issues, heart disease, heart failure, all of these things. Because you know what, genetically, and I must say this, we were not meant to live in the temperate region. We're meant to live in the tropics, in Africa. So once you remove somebody from a place and put them here, the environment begins to alter the way they express themselves. Now, mind you, just like one of my sisters had said earlier on, the original DNA is black. And the original, first female is black. And that was in Africa. So those who are the European and Asian extract who left Africa 35,000 years ago had the time to modify their DNA for them to adapt to where they are right now. So the people who you see who are living here are those who adapted. Those who couldn't adapt or create DNA, they died off. Period. I mean, see in our common world what's happening right now. COVID came, is affecting a few people, and some people die, and some people don't die. So these are genetic modifications that take place. So we as a people will begin to see those genetic modifications in Africa. Why? Either because of modernization, so we have increased ionization in our atmosphere. Our Earth has been degraded more than ever. We have flood and erosions and all that. There are things that bringing up things that would DNA is not used to. Yes, those are the things that modifying how our DNA is expressed and the diseases that we're coming up with. So yes, those things do matter. And of course, with religion and what has been done to us using religion as a tool, is devastating. But we must again come together, reason together, and collaborate and understand that, look, it's only natural. If you want to control somebody or something, you use every means that there is to control them. And every means includes religion. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. I mean, we as Africans are victims of the conscious play of the elite. But I also tell you, even the average poor white man were victims of the same, elitist agenda. Because those who benefited the most from slavery and religious propagation and subjugation were not the common white man. They weren't. They were just the elite, period. And they used that to control their own subject, to use them to make them feel good, to use them to control other people. Because we know better, we will do better. And because we will do better, we will teach and train our children to know better and do better as well. So I don't know if anybody else has anything else to say, to add to that.
I have a comment actually. You know, one thing I think that we are missing here is the fact that there's a reason that Lady Felicity is doing what she's doing, and I think we're missing this point. The fact of the matter is that she is trying in her own way to communicate, to bridge that gap of understanding what's going on the ground and how she can best connect what's going on the ground from her perspective with the diaspora. And see, and I think that there's an opportunity, there's a window of opportunity here to better understand what she's doing, to better embrace what she's doing, and to better guide her to make what she's doing more effective and more efficient in helping us to have better understanding and see more clearly perhaps other areas where things can be improved or things can be better done, even if it's just communication and ideas as we've been sharing in this platform. So I think that's very important for us to understand and for us to embrace. So it's really within the concept of that. All that she's talking about really delve into culture, and she's mentioned it. And you know, we can beat people up as much as we want, but perhaps there's another message that she needs to carry for the people. So it's not just one-way traffic. It's not just her bringing the culture of Africa here, but also bringing the value of the diaspora, this collective intelligence diaspora, also there. I don't want us to miss that opportunity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Wale. This is a wonderful platform to really discuss water sanitation, because what Madam Felicity, you know, the project she's embarking upon with the provision of pads to young girls in her community needs more than just provision of pads, because women in renewable energy in Nigeria, we have been able to embark on such projects, but we did more of research into why the situation is such that girls in core grassroots Nigeria are still using cloth, you know, as against pads and all that. One, poverty is a root cause of that. And two, sanitation. And we discover that we need to provide water in core grassroots communities. So we formed community-based organizations in some of the local governments and then started partnering. She needs to partner, you know, with other global organizations like, you know, USAID, UNDP, to bring water to the doorstep, you know, of rural communities, particularly young girls in their schools. So we started erecting solar water boreholes in schools, because the young girls in school, you discover that they don't want to, they don't even have toilets to go and change the pads, you know, and it can be a very dirty scenario, It's very, very dirty. So she needs to look into water sanitation to go along with the distribution of pads. One African girl, one pad. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nana, Anita. Thank you. I'm sure that Ms. Felicity, you've heard her, and again, what I will always say, this is the age of collaboration. If you want something done, it's not going to be easy. Nothing good comes easy. We just have to find innovative ways to settling issues. And I say it this way: find innovative ways. I already take it this way: take charge and leadership of your space, and find innovative ways to answer questions that come out of it. And that includes every means necessary, including reaching out to people. I'm sure there are people in your neck of the woods in chat what you're doing. If they see that you're providing pads for them and all that, and you now say, you know what, I also want to be able to give them water. You may begin with digging a borehole. Find somebody who will sponsor a borehole. By the time you scream and shout or reach out to a few people or ask people in the diaspora, they will donate. One of the issues that we tend to have, especially people of our extract, is that sometimes they don't even trust us. They really don't. They rather trust the next light-skinned person who says they're going to do something in your neighborhood rather than asking you, trusting you when you do with their money, which is a shame. But all of those, again, has to do with mindset. So, but look, you can't trust everybody in your own family. I bet you don't. So if you don't, you can't trust everybody out in the community. So you don't expect everybody to trust you. But at the same time, if you show a legacy, um, you have a track record that you deliver. Because one of the things we all do again is we want to get all the money first and get everything done. No, it doesn't happen like that. You must have a track record. People have seen you've done it even when you didn't have any or you didn't have much, but then you've done it. You find ways. Once they see that, they're like, yes, we can trust that. And then people will open up their purses to give to you. So my suggestion, with regards to what you said, reach out to people. Whatever resources, there are grants out there. Look for somebody who will write a grant for you in water management, water stuff, or even if it's creating a tank and getting somebody to supply water into that tank once a month. You'll be shocked that somebody will do it before you even start digging up a hole. All right. So anybody else has anything to
Yeah,
say?
I had a suggestion for her, especially when it comes to water. A lot of people don't know, but Coca-Cola is one of the largest companies, corporations in the world that actually owns a lot of water rights around the world. So being that our people are always drinking Coca-Cola or soft drinks as they call them in Africa, I would reach out to Coca-Cola and find out what they're doing in Chad, because they have their company there. They have water rights in that country somewhere, and they are making Coca-Cola drinks. Also, I would go to Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson is one of the biggest pharmaceuticals and first aid and all types of medical supply in the world. I would go to Johnson & Johnson and also ask them to help. And then I would also go to the local ministries in Chad and see if it's a long shot, but I lived in the village. I did a lot of things for my village when I was in Ghana as a Queen Mother from 2001 to 2005. And I had to work with the local assemblymen, and then I had to go to before Parliament. But it's a long shot, but one of the things that you can do is ask for the Army Engineer Corps to come to certain areas. See, one of the reasons why China is such a powerful country is because they didn't spend one dime in war, in actually war. They spent their time and they took their men and they used it on engineering, dealing with their own infrastructure, dealing with their economic base. And this is the same discipline that we need as a people. So my dear heart, I would start with Johnson & Johnson. I would start with Coca-Cola. I would talk to some of the ministers and different people and see, is there a way where we can have a well? Is there a way we can have a public toilet or something set up separately for the girls when they have their periods and different things, something disposal that's different that can be ecologically safe and won't hurt the land and won't hurt the people and stop the COVID and so many other things. So I would deal with those pharmaceutical companies, and maybe one day all of these medical supplies companies and NASA with their technology would just open up Africa and let us have clinics and hospitals and everything that we need that everybody else has in the developed world.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Wow.
You're welcome.
Thank
I think Dr. Kalfani has his hand up too.
No, that was from before. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, Lady Felicity, you heard the word.
Yes.
Let's hold these people responsible. We can hold them responsible. I mean, they're not in our country. They're taking our money away. Let's hold them responsible. Reach out to them. If you don't knock on somebody's door, you never can tell if they open up the door. Right? If you don't knock on somebody's door, you never can tell. And guess what? You may have to knock 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And then, you know what they say?
She may have to find a window.
Right?
Find a window, sister.
Right? The squeaky wheel. By the time you know what, this woman is disturbing us too much. Yeah, take. Leave her. Let's leave her. Leave us alone. Right? So, and reaching out to other people who have access to those people as well. You understand? I mean, can you imagine if I work for Coca-Cola and you come to one of them and you come to me? You know it's a done deal, right? So again, that's what network is all about. So I think before anybody has anything else, and then we'll go to the next speaker. Do we have Chenzi Ra Davis Kahina here?
Yes, greetings.
Oh, she's on? Oh, hi. Greetings. How are you, ma'am?
Blessed beyond measure.
All right, good. So let me read a little bio of you.
You might want to stop at that first sentence. It might get a little complicated.
I love that picture behind you. Beautiful.
Hello? So Ms. Davis Kahina is a cultural growth artist, educator, published author, a motivational speaker, media technologist, ordained priestess, a visionary community activist, developer, mother and grandmother, respectfully known as Senior Dr. Chen, is the founder and managing director of Pe Akan M. Smaltui, an international NGO NPO, and a cultural society promoting culture, healing arts, technology, and spirituality for life, inspiration, freedom, and education. The chats for life. She's the founding director of the Virgin Islands Caribbean Cultural Center and teaching faculty at the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, both at the University of Virgin Islands, the only HBCU in the Caribbean, and a land grant institution. Welcome and greetings. The floor is yours.
Before I start, I'd like to first and foremost give my most humble thanks to the organizers, the moderation team, made possible through African Views. I'm always feeling humbled and honored when I'm in the presence of Nana, Dr. Wale Idris Ajibade. Just gotta bring up that energy, you know this. I'm also equitably honored to have Sister Queen, Dr. Fremi Alapo, who has always made moderation, facilitation, organization look so streamlined with all activities surrounding African views as well. And I'm very honored to meet you, Dr. Nelson Aluya, because I wasn't as familiar with some of your work, so give thanks and praise. I start the way that is customary outside of just sharing an academic voice to what I'm going to present in light of what I was asked to present. So I would ask that give me an opportunity to share these 4 to 6 points. And then as questions start to develop, just keep note of the questions, because I like to operate through a lens of people using language skills effectively, Pulse, which may be familiar to many. And I also like to engage in a way that we use what is called the GHOST. Gentle, honest, open, specific talk. That way, whatever is being shared, if you have questions, if you have a differing perspective, a additional caveat that I obviously may have overlooked or underlooked actually, that we can actually move that versation forward. I say versation because there's nothing in conning anyone in what we're saying. So I'm using Kujichagulia in terms of self-determination around language. So there's certain terms that I will use or not use so that we can be as uplifting with one another, as engaging with one another, that our words may be medicinal when we speak about culture, heritage, and identity. And if we look at those first letters in each of those terms, it's chi. And all of us in this space, and for the purposes of those that are viewing and listening, chi, we're speaking of that centralized energetic field. Some people refer to it as electromagnetic energy that zooms within the body and aligns with crystals and all of the gateways and aritus. And at the end of the day, we're speaking of that energetic field in which we speak. I am beyond humbled by what I heard from the illustrious Sister Queen Felicity in regards to her work in Africa and within the community of our women and girls, because that speaks volumes to us doing more than just talking. I'm going to say that again. It allows us to do more than just talk. What Sister has shared with us is on the ground, Converse high tops, for those that understand that, boots on the ground, doing the work and making transformational change in our community. All right. Great is Ma'at, Yehudi Sishite, theirs are everlasting. They have remained consistent and unchanged since Septipi, the first time from the Noon's creation, from the first time when Asar asked, Nebet het ein pu, duawan tor, pro-established the way of Ma'at as truth, justice, order, reciprocity, balance, divine righteousness, and harmony. In ancient Tameri, get it right, Tanehesin, get it right, Kemet, not Egypt, make it clear. All of those Nubian new, Kushner new heritage legacies. I need to share that. When I say African, I spell it AFRAKAN. So I'm not navigating through Afrik, which means to separate, right? For those that like to go into Latin and Greco-Roman linguistics, I'm speaking of the soul, the flesh, the spirit, the power of light, which aligns with what we heard earlier in regard to seeing ourselves as melanated, ancestral, ancient beings, yeah? When we speak of cultural heritage and identity for the purposes of what I have, again, been asked to do, I am very grateful that through the lens of the organizational entity that I'm speaking in this regard, this is not an academic exercise as much as it is a linkage to Per Ankh, which means the house of life. Smai Tawi, in the twin, sanctified, sacred twin regions. So when we say, so is above, so is below. That which is inner, that which is without. That which is around and surrounding, and that which is going in the opposite direction. And we speak of dialectics, that's what we're speaking to when we speak of culture, heritage, and identity. In the African space, many times we spend so much time sanitizing what we're saying about ourselves that we end up having to say, let's say you have 20 minutes to present. You end up spending 15 minutes defining all the terms and defining all of the delicacies of how we speak of Africa, how we speak of Africa in its continental context, how we speak of Africa in its global context that people are more comfortable saying diaspora. I'm going to share that perspective in a slightly different space. And I'm focusing most of my offering through the lens of coming out of the Caribbean. I'm currently on the Isle of St. Thomas. I reside on St. Croix, in the Virgin Islands. I have my ancestral roots through República Dominicana, and my family spreads. We're truly Caribbean, African, indigenous persons. My father's lineage is Quisqueya, which are some of the indigenous ancestral people referred to incorrectly as Native Amerindians. They are ancestral, ancient African indigenous persons that came free before even the enslavement experience that we like to call Ma'afa, but that's conditional. It was a Maangamizi, it was intentional to disrupt the essence of culture, of heritage, of identity, of people of African ancestry. The fact that we are in this 7th year, even if most persons overlooked it, of the UN's designation of the International Decade for People of African Descent, where the focus or the theme is around recognition, justice, and development for people of African descent. We have had to spend so much time on surviving, so much time on having clean water, making sure that there's safety and security for women, girls, boys, men, elders, families. We have been subjected to a form of medical terrorism and medical apartheid that is unprecedented. So sometimes when we're attempting to have these conversations around culture, heritage, and identity, they get very limited, or they become rushed, or there's so much because each of us is so full with the information we'd like to share that we do not get the opportunity to actually succinctly and proactively share the solutions. We find ourselves dwelling in a space of repetitiveness of all of the horrors and all of the terrorism and so forth. For the purposes of this sharing, again, based on what I was asked, I like to follow instruction when persons give me guidance on what they'd like to be shared, yeah? In the Caribbean, there are several different layers of this reality piece on culture, heritage, and identity, particular to people of African ancestry. And you'll hear, I may not say African descendants as much as I say African ascendants, because our focus is to see ourselves rising up. And many times we use these terms that are very decadent, very in a declination, instead of speaking of ourselves moving up, rising up, restoring that essence of immortality in our being. The reason I start speaking of Ma'at is because that is an ancestral, feminine principle that is guarded with actual laws, with actual principles, with actual daily practices, so that when we have our sisters coming from within and through the continent of Africa, letting us know the kinds of needs that our women and girls require, that we show that support, that we navigate through this lens of limited resource, which really isn't limited, because people of African ancestry around the globe, true, there are certain challenges, of course. However, when we start to look at the GDP in respective areas, within, whether it's in the 48 contiguous states of the US, Canada, the Caribbean, Europe, be more specific, Eurasia, as well as the African continent, we have trillions of dollars looming through the globe. And many times it's just because of our disorganization and misrepresentation, as well as misinformation, that we're unable to really move the envelope, or I'll be more focused, move the laser point forward so that we can actually uplift and restore our African communities, our villages, our civilization to our rightful places of dignity, integrity, honor, security, and respect. Even how we engage with one another when we reason, even how we present with one another when we're sharing our solutions, even how we may differ in the technique and strategy of how we do things, is really important for us to work towards developing that balance, that ma'atical flow, that engagement to the best of our abilities. Within the Caribbean, there are, of course, persons are very familiar with the Caribbean community, which has more than approximately 15 of the independent nations in the Caribbean working together. And granted, there are differences because every island nation has its own nuance. However, the intention, even for those that are not part of the Caribbean community, some are part of the Latin American Caribbean economic piece, so that there's a connection around just economics. There are other entities like the Caribbean Pan-African Network, and the Caribbean Pan-African Network works towards efforts around reparatory justice, reparations, the restoration of positive life engaging experiences within the Caribbean, with ties to the African Union, with ties to international organizations, as well as engagements with the United Nations, ECOWAS, ECOSOC, etc., so that we can actually get something done to actually help persons. I'll use an example and a case in point. There is no reason that the nation of Haiti is struggling and being subjected to inhumane engagements in the Caribbean. Absolutely none. Short of an intentional form of terrorism that has been allowed because the culture, heritage, identity of one of the first independent nations in the region of African ascended people has been like a thorn in the side of those non-Africans, and I want to be very clear, those that have no respect for the biological, cultural, political, economic, or spiritual essence of anything African. That has been like the disconnect. You can't just blame France. France may be one of the larger entities that could be pulled into being at fault. And that's not just in Haiti, that's anywhere in the Francophone Africa, anywhere French colonialism was allowed to flourish. However, in Haiti, what is happening now is an example of that miscommunication, that disregard for human life, that overarching theme of not having respect for African grounded, African foundated, traditional spirituality, political structure, economic engagement, and of course, the essence of humanity of the persons and people there. So I encourage persons, for those that would like to get what I refer to as an authentic, contemporary analysis assessment of things that are happening there, it's important to look at the Free Haiti movement and to be very clear that you're looking at the Free Haiti movement and those organizers that are on the ground providing clean water, on the ground providing, positive and affordable and safe medical treatment. Those that are providing education, not coming to use a invasive, you'll notice I lean on the term terrorism very quickly, because it is to dismantle the humanity when you are taking away persons' opportunity to deal with education, military security, as our brother identified earlier, you're interfering with the economy to the point that the persons don't have resource. So whether, I like the piece about money, military, and media. I love that Dr. Kalfani added the missionary piece, because the influx of religiosity versus spirituality, and I want to be very clear so that no one misunderstands what I'm saying. Whatever your religion is, that's between you and the Creator. That spiritual core that interferes with our Africanicity, with our ancestral indigenous heritage that's grounded in the cultures that we bring forward and the manners. How do we eat? How do we pray? How do we play? How do we engage with one another? How do we view our elders? How do we bury people? How important is marriage or any type of marital union? How do we do blessing ways for our children when they are born? How do we make sure that women that are in their birthing process are protected and safe? How do we dismantle rape culture? Something that we tend to overlook when we're talking about culture, heritage, and identity. I'll also go into, because I speak of Haiti because that's the other side of the aisle that I had the honor and privilege of growing up on. And I come from a family that shares both the entire, what used to be known as Quisqueya, or by indigenous persons that some refer to as San Dominguez or Santo Domingo, etc. And some go into the separation of French and Spanish. We don't see that separation. Those of us that know how important our cultural heritage identity is to that space. And I shift. We have brothers and sisters doing work with the Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago. And every year they are pushing forward a very serious Pan-African, global African series of not just webinars and lectures and programs, but activities that actually facilitate growth and development support in the economies in this entire region with connections to Africa and throughout the Americas, Europe, etc. So that's another opportunity for any of us that are doing anything. Let us navigate how we build that tapestry of harmony, that tapestry of unity, authentic unity. The best way to unify with people is through food, security, health, education, and work. If you're working with someone and building something together, it's a little bit easier to really get to know that person, to really understand the fullness of what that person, that group is doing. And that's one of the other reasons I'm very ecstatic when I am invited or just to be engaged with African Views, because it's always linked to what are we doing? What are we building? What are we organizing? What is the discipline linked to all of that? And how do we move that forward? The other organizational piece within the Caribbean that I'd like for us to also be familiar with is the Sistren Ezili Danto. And for those that are not familiar with Ezili Danto, on many levels, many persons may, oh, well, she's very radical. But beyond being an international lawyer, beyond being a phenomenal cultural griot and artist, bringing forth, using the heritage, the legacy of Haiti in its ancestral traditions all the way forward. The Sistren also works with the Haitian Lawyers Leadership Network to be able to provide the kind of support that persons need. Legal support is very important in terms of what's going on with many of us in this region. And I just needed to make sure that I shared that. I will make sure to put the links so that you can reach her, the organization. When you hear me speak of Free Haiti, I'm being very specific of those that are on the ground, those that are making sure that our people are safe, making sure that our people are not being exposed to massacres that are happening as we speak. So that's why when I say a moment of silence, I'm speaking of right where we at, as well as around the globe. And we definitely need to put out that same call when we start to look at what's happening with our sisters and brothers in places amongst the Khraisal nation, places we don't really think about in the Caribbean. And the Raizal are those sisters and brothers of African ancestry tied to indigenous cultures, of course, in the Americas, in places like San Andreas, Isla Providencia, Santa Catalina, that are still under the cloak of colonialism by the government of Colombia. And being exposed to hurricanes, earthquakes in this region, we spend a lot of our time navigating how to handle these environmental shifts, and persons have been able to use that narrative around culture, heritage, identity, so that we are not apologetic for recognizing and investing deeply in our ancestral, indigenous, native Africanicity. And again, remember, I'm speaking of Africanicity in terms of the flesh and the soul and the spirit of light, yeah? Through a lens of being melanated beings. And we have to learn how to respect that or reclaim that ancestral sovereignty in all the things we do, whether it's through the music industry, media, and I'll express that as Dr. Wale and Sister Queen, Dr. Remy, are fully aware of. I spend a lot of time teaching media and communication. And it's really important that we shift our product. The next time we're on a program, we should be mentioning what Sister Queen Felicity has shared with us that's taking place in Chad, and make that like a regular commentary. That's like a regular 30-second, 60-second ad every time in any program we're doing. What each and every one of us are engaged in, what African Views is doing, what Dr. Kalfani, Nana, Zakia, Dr. Remy, Brother Larte, you know, what all of us are doing, it's to blend that and bring a tapestry so that we do not overlook the importance of culture as an active piece. Culture is not to be on a pedestal and ignored or just viewed as an exhibition. It's living, engaging production that's active and animated all the time. Heritage, equitably so, because through heritage, we're able to share, respect, and beyond understand, actually imbue our shared humanity. That way we can speak to anybody about all of these different things, whether we're talking about the Maangamizi, the terrorism issues, the medical apartheid, the joys and privileges of culture, heritage, and arts, technology and spirituality. We can talk about all of this and still through a lens of gentle, honest, open, specific talk. So we do what? We uplift one another. When I'm speaking to each and every one of you right in this Zoom, as well as those that are viewing, I'm doing my utmost to stay in that space beyond anger, beyond disappointment, beyond any interference of what is going to keep us together, so that when we begin to talk about Africa, we're not blending to the point that we lose the grounding of all that is connected to this ancestral elder representation of our shared humanity. And that was essentially part of what I realized I was asked to share. I had maybe 2 other points, but I would love the questions and commentary to the best of our ability. Dua Winter.
I have thank you so much, Senior Dr. Chenzira. It's always a pleasure, you know, having you, whether it's teaching my students in my class in the African Civilizations spring semester course, which you came 2 times, and, you know, gracing us with your presence during this 6th annual summit of the African Views organization event. My question for you, we've heard Lady Felicity discuss about her work that she's doing in Chad and in Togo, and it has to do with women or the feminine productive cycle. And earlier, I don't know if you heard when I said now we have to distinguish between the national culture of how women are treated or the family culture that are in place in most of our communities within each family. And I know you have a very high profile role with the Pierre Ankh Smaitawi organization. And earlier, I mean, this spring when you came to my class, you actually explained the meaning of the Ankh as it's, as it represents the female reproductive cycle, how it relates to the female energy. So do you mind to share for some of our audience members who may not, understand the relationship between, when we're talking of women in Africa, in terms of women, the culture, the embodiment of life, what are the correlations maybe in your spiritual practices and that of which Lady Felicity has mentioned in her work, arts and culture and empowering women in Africa?
So that it does not become a lecture versus a conversation, I will show my Ankh to describe it as best I can. As an Ankh carrier in Pierre Ankh Smaitawi, keeping the shrine or the temple of As, the Divine Mother, we always refer to this ancestral cross, the top part, as the womb of the woman. And that has to be upheld and strengthened. It represents the center of our being, the center of our body. And as I hold the top of the Ankh, you'll notice that the jed, or the piece that represents the male, the stability, right? So there's a masculine space that is upholding, supporting, offering stability to that feminine womb, yeah? The wings, as you look at my Ankh carefully, you'll see that they are the wings, and they represent the wings of the Heru Behute, right? That are guardians over any temple, any sacred space when you enter. In this capacity, they represent the children or the fruit of the feminine to the top and the masculine holding up the womb. And I don't use the term bottom because it's not the bottom. It would be so. And that could create isfet or imbalance. So the intention is to share in this discourse around the Ankh the importance of eternity, eternal life piece. When you heard me speak of us being mortal, embracing our culture, heritage, and identity, inclusive of the integrity, the dignity, and the discipline that's in that. It's a responsibility when we speak of the Ankh and the Ankh legacy. It's not just eternal life and jewelry. It is about being responsible for the life that you are carrying in your own being and those in your sphere. For some, it's family, others it's village, some it's students, some it's the entire society. So when we speak of the Ankh, we're speaking of eternal life and holding that stability and keeping our women supported and strong, and equitably our fruits, our children, future generations, and honoring and supporting our menfolk. So I need for people to get that part clear. I'm giving the concise version because I can easily, for those that are interested, share some other literature that would provide some other portions. It's very important too, that particular Ankh is designed through the powerful, illustrious, majestic chief elder of Smaitawi Ankh Ascension Renaissance, the Shrine of Ptah, Baba Heru Ankra Samaj Sevita. And coming out of a very Caribbean birth space and upbringing, currently residing in New York, it's an honor to be able to share some of what he has prostablished as that Ankh legacy in contemporary times. So taking that ancestral, ancient African, Nubian Nu, Cushian Nu, I want to make sure persons are here with me, Kemetu, heritage legacy, not just Egypt, that whole entire Hapi, that whole section, which traversed through having our ancestors go across the entire planet, coming from a very powerful Hapi in English, Nile Valley civilization space. And the Ankh is the grounding for that. The Ankh is a conductor of that. When you heard me speak of laser energy, all of that is part of that. And if we are to embrace that inside of our cultural heritage identity, it makes it even easier for us to bring in and resonate all of the other parts of our African traditions, our African spiritual practices, our African contemporary forms of engagement, whether it's Ifa, whether it's Bambara, whether it's from Ga, all of these nations that are within that ethnicity that I was hearing Nana, Dr. Wale share, and others. It allows for us to authentically see that we are like in light. When the sun shines, it's a bazillion rays. And that's exactly what the Ankh facilitates through that lens of our African heritage and legacy. I hope I gave a concise version. Were there any other questions, comments?
Yeah,
Sharon?
Dr. Hope, hold on one second.
Okay. Before you even, I just wanted to share what is in back of me. Let me make sure that you can see. It's beautiful. Yeah, I want to describe who they are.
Sorry, sister. Before you do that, I just wanted to say, please, I hope you guys don't mind. I have to run. It's been a great pleasure. I know. So, with the spirit of our ancestors be with us all. And as the rhythm of our DNA begins to beat for coming together, it is no doubt we will get the results that we deserve. And we will stand to see the value of which it is that is Black and African in each and every one of us. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Aluya, Dr. On the Run. Thank you so much.
What I was going to share is just that these women that are in my background, the one closest to me represents Queen Brefu, who came as a first generation African woman out of what we thought was solely West Africa, because that's where she was captured. And through research, we learned that she was from Central South Africa, more correctly. She was brought from the continent, stripped from home, brought to the shores of St. Thomas, what was then the Danish West Indies, taken to another nearby island, St. John. When her two sons were taken from her, she, along with other royals, because she too was a royal queen, led one of the earliest revolutions in the Caribbean in 1733 that lasted from November 23rd until May 24th, 1734. It's important that we honor that particular queen, Duawunta. The sister in the center represents one of the leaders of one of the most memorable, yet frightening to some, rebellions. They call it the St. Croix fire burn of 1878. It started October 1st. She's known as Queen Mary, more correctly, Queen Mary Thomas. And while she put her life on the line here, it was alongside other queens and kings. I need to highlight that, because sometimes we just say to queen them, and we need to be in Ma'at and recognize it was through the efforts of brothers and sisters and children and grandparents and so forth, and shared humanity. Europeans, planter class persons, that facilitated certain activities. But because of her leadership, she was imprisoned along with several other women and men. Most of the men were executed, but the women were sent to be in prison in Denmark. And when they returned, they were up in years, advanced in years, separated from their children, their families. And of course, she became an ancestor, March 16th, 1905. So we give honor to her. And most people remember Queen Mary because they hear about the statue in Denmark and this and so forth and so on. More importantly, we need to honor her because of the culture, heritage, and identity that she represented, coming from very humble beginnings in Antigua, a neighboring isle, and doing her blood, sweat, and toil of her work and labor here in what is now known as the Virgin Islands, at that time, the Danish West Indies. The sister you see with light coming from her, the sister you see with light coming from her eyes is Queen Keziah, a very powerful queen, but also a Bambula queen, a woman that used art, spirituality, rites of passage in order to be able to have one of the first successful nonviolent protests. It lasted one day amongst the coal laborers on St. Thomas from September 12th, 1892. And it's important that we share about these women, specifically here in what is now the Virgin Islands of the US, because this is a representation of all that transpires within any part of these Caribbean Americas, Africa, Canada, Eurasia, Polynesian Islands, Indonesian Islands, Melanesian. You see where I'm going? It's the entire globe. Everybody could find women that are part of this versation around culture, heritage, and identity. And I desire to just make sure that I express what was in my background, because each of these women's work, whether it was 1733 for Queen Breadfruit, 1878 for Queen Mary, 1892 for Queen Keziah, is tied to the same elders, ancestors that are shared in African Views media advertisement for today. Cyril James, Cheikh Anta Diop, Frantz Fanon, Aimé Césaire, John Henrik Clarke, and of course, Ali Masri. And I say that because each of their women, irrespective of their affinity to the African experience and ethnicity or not, these brothers were able to do that work because they had that kind of support, that kind of strength from women and men. But I would need for us to recognize, we can go name for name. We still holding up Queen Mama, Sybil, Williams, Clark to this day, because she kept the legacy going after John Henrik Clarke became an ancestor. People remember Aimé Césaire and completely forget about his wife, who was brilliant beyond measure, Suzanne Césaire. I'm just saying that it's important that we remember our queens in these versations, so that when we have sisters telling us we need to help with hygiene and resources and clean water for women and girls, you see where it's coming from? Because we're overlooking the importance of the other half of the sky. I like to say the other half of the womb-niverse. Duawunter.
Do you have anything you can post about them, my sister? I really would love to share that with my daughters.
Oh, for sure. What I will do is I will put the trailer. There's a film that we had the honor and privilege of completing called Queens of the Virgins. And it has been, it's very strong. So some persons get a little bit nervous when we start to say these things, because we do not sanitize the language and we do not present a colonial voice. So I will make sure that you get the trailer first, and when we complete the upload for the entire film, then I will share that with everyone that desires as well. So you can just get a snippet of that. And because I know you, Dr. Kalfani, you know, you have that, of course. it's an honor and privilege to be asked for such.
Well, dupe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shenzira, for explaining further on the topic of cultural identity and heritage. Are there any other questions or comments for Senior Dr. Shenzira on
I have
her
my hands up.
presentation? Yes, oh, Dr. Wale.
I'm obeying the rules now.
Yeah, I didn't see your, highly menelated hand.
Thank you so very much. Oh wow, Dr. Shenzira, you nailed it again, as we all knew you would, and then some. Thank you so very much. And because it is you, I feel confident enough to ask you these questions, because I trust your judgment and I trust your wisdom. So one of the concerns we all have concerns when it comes to the African issues, but I have some vivid concerns because of all of us. We have a lot of impediments, much of which I don't know if they are self-construct or some kind of curse. You said in order for us to come together, there are lots of things that need to be aligned. The spirit, the spirituality, food sharing, social engagement, all of those things that you mentioned are very, very important, but they are incredibly difficult. And you want to do it, you suggested or you recommended to do it in the most authentic ways. Let's begin with spirituality. If we look at Africa, if we look at the Caribbean world, if you look at the United States, we see that 90% of the African people have a foreign spirituality, have adopted a foreign religion. Okay, and this is difficult to explain or even begin to discuss or begin to make people understand how this affects us adversely. Okay, so to me, because of the volume of the people, it's not something that could be done immediately. It had to be done progressively. The same thing with the food we eat. Yes, of course, if we go to some native areas in Africa, people eat traditionally, but even there, those who can afford it probably will prefer to eat foreign food. It's not that it's bad. Once in a while, we all like to try this and that, but it is also a pattern that has affected our cultures. Now, those things are easier. Let's take about the health of women, for instance. I would say about 93% of African women today, anywhere in the world, regardless if it's on the continent, in the Caribbean, or anywhere in the diaspora, spend a great deal of our resources on beauty cares that are very unnecessary. Like we pay a whole lot of money goes to India or Korea because of the need for hairdo in order to be more presentable in the status quo. Our nails or their nails and so on, and all of those things. It goes on and on and on and on. And the same thing, obviously, in couture. That obviously can be understood to some degree, but perhaps what I'm talking about. And my question would be, how do we begin to heal from all these patterns? What are the necessary baby steps that needs to be taken that is not insulting, that is not over challenging, that does not result to conflict? Okay, that does not. It's complicated, I know, and there's a whole lot of things that's cumulative to this, but I will stop at that just to hear what your thoughts are, because I believe you understand me. Thank you.
First and foremost, I'm very comfortable with the question because there's not a single solution to that question. There, as I said earlier, like the rays of the sun, there's going to be, we're all going to come to the same point where the ray beams to a point on Earth, and it's going to come in very different pathways. One of the first things that is always interesting, and especially with what is happening in the global community now, in less than 10 days, the entire global community social distanced with some resistance, covered their face with masks with some resistance, and stayed home. True, with some resistance, because some persons didn't have homes to stay in. And inside of our African experience, our ancestral African experience, and all of the complexities that have interfered with how we look at arts and sciences that govern the entire universe, it's going to come, as you said, in waves, because there's some persons that already have shifted how they deal with their nutritional reality, because we were forced to. It wasn't like we had, persons started to realize how sick their bodies were getting from not having proper nutrition or balanced living, right? Some persons recognize how important it is to engage in environmental awareness and environmental sustainability. So we attempt to lower our footprint on how we deal with trash. Something as simple as look at how many bags of trash you have to throw out just in your personal family circle every week, and work on reducing that. That's major. And don't just keep throwing things anywhere, because the earth is Mother Earth, is Father Earth, and has to be protected, because we're stewards. We're not owners, we're stewards and caregivers as well as carekeepers, yeah? When it comes to how sisters and brothers, because I will say it, I may be really into the natural vegan engagement, but I admire those persons that are able to diversify their liberty and still stay well and strong. And I admire those persons that have all this versatility on what they do in terms of beautification and hair and attire and so forth. However, when that overshadows our basic necessities of housing, security, access to clean water, and proper foods, then that means that we have to revisit that. And some of the ways this is done, we have to start looking at the numbers. We have to start looking at how do we establish and reorganize our communities. Maybe sometimes, we might want to get that condominium up on top of the hill, in the community that seems gated and is so perfect, when in actuality, we might need to help a sister or brother that's in Chad and help them build that community that has fresh water, proper food, and all of the necessities. When persons have their basic necessities covered, it's a little bit easier to encourage them to come into that trajectory and to come on that journey. If persons don't have nothing, you can't tell them nothing. That's what we say. You don't take food from my mouth and give me basket to carry water, right? And that's one of the suggestions that I would make. And it's something that we've done. I'll give an example of what we did here in the Virgin Islands alongside my daughters and sons. And I have several, and now several grandchildren. We established New Woman Rising to Live Up. And New Woman Rising to Live Up originally started as just a health supportive, naturopathic health supportive organizational entity and movement. And it shifted into helping young persons and not so young persons to establish body care, health care products, so they could make money. And once persons are able to make some type of living and support and sustainability, then you can speak to them about changing their behaviors, their attitudes, that mindset around certain things. But if they can't eat, they don't have no place to rest the head, they can't get transport to anywhere, and they don't have education to even engage, it's very difficult to do that. So I would suggest that whatever organizations are on the ground doing things, that each one teach one while each one works with one. And as we build up and that organization and the Chad gets stronger, then we do go to God's House International that has free medical supplies and clinics in Sierra Leone, run by Queen Mother, Reverend Dr. Yvonne Washington Ture. How about that? And then we go into Ghana and support One Africa with Nana, Queen Mother Imakus. And I'm just using them as examples. And we reach out in the UK with the work that's being done by African Queen Mother warriors like Sister Dr. Sandra Richards, or African Queen Mother warrior Isis Amlak. I could go down the list because that's what we do. When we navigate, we go so, we go so, we go so. Work with the UNIA ACLRC 2020. How about that? Work with the AAPRP on the things that they're doing on the ground. Work with the organizational entity. We work with African Views. We can go down the list, or up the list, I should say, so that we can build. The more that we build, the easier it is to restore the sovereignty that we are a part of. Because we have a saying, #we sovereign. Even if we're going through the chaos of carrying other countries' passports, we still focus on being sovereign. So there's some solutions. And what you're doing in what we're doing in African Views is exemplary. What is happening with those of us that teach, whether it's in a university setting that's run by others, because we're bringing our own niche, our own culture, heritage, and identity to the forefront. We're not apologizing and sanitizing what we're doing in regard to bringing these things to the forefront. And we can do it regularly with the same expediency as wearing a mask, social distancing, and sanitizing our hands. What about that? Maybe we need to have that movement. It happened in 10 days and we've been continuing, even if some of it is chaotic. But I'm just saying, and there's resistance in certain areas, but at the end of the day, Simon said X, and that's what happened. So when it comes to what we do within our African culture, heritage, and identity, we have to come with the same energetics, the same focus, the same discipline. And a lot of it, I said it earlier, comes with respect and navigating with one another, because we're not going to always agree. We're not going to always use the same. English is not my first language, and it's not the first language of many of us in this sphere. And many times English destroys the essence of love and understanding and nurturance and cultivation and respect that we have for one another. And it's very important that we're very clear on how we engage with one another and how we share with one another, because that would help significantly. So we're able to move forward lovingly. And when I say love, I should really be more correct. I'm speaking of a nurturing, cultivated, respectful, dignified love, not just love for the sake of LOVE and I'm gonna hug you and we're all friends. No, it's with respect. It's with honoring your ancestors. Yes, to our, right? Divine righteousness and harmony. And it comes off my head this time because I say it all the time so that I remember. And I encourage that with my students, with my children, my grandchildren, persons that have no clue of what Ma'at means, because sometimes we forget, because it's coming from a very ancestral, ancient space of our African culture. And again, African culture, heritage, and identity. So when we say Chi, we're not just speaking of the martial art per se, but we're incorporating the martial art that is universal in body, mind, soul, spirit, and consciousness. How about that? That'll work. Let's try that.
I love it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chenzira, for the breakdown you really broke down the explanation so that we can understand clearly what many of us do not, understand in terms of, heritage, preservation of, heritage, cultural identity, and to look at different mediums in which we can actually bring into the limelight and learn more about our own lost identities or, spirituality or other elements in our environment. Thank you so much for that. In the event of time, our next speaker, Ms. Barbara was supposed to be here, but I don't think she's here. So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Akil Kalfani to make, some few remarks. Dr. Kalfani is the director of the African Studies Center at Essex County Community College in Newark, New Jersey. And he would like to make some brief remarks on the issue of African people of African descent in terms of representation and preservation of cultural heritage and identity, and also on issues that people of African descent face in terms of being acknowledged or acknowledge their own African heritage or identity. Dr. Kalfani, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. I'm always glad to be here, and I wish you all a pleasant day. I don't see a whole lot of elders here. Otherwise, I would ask, I don't know, somebody must be an elder here. So I asked permission for the elders to be, oh yeah, I got an elder over here. Elder permission to begin. Thank you, Mama, I appreciate it. And so, as we take this time to look at what's been going on, I like the appellation that you use in terms of Chi. Dr. Remy said culture, heritage, and identity. And I don't know if Dr. Chin, you meant the same thing in that, or you used that same acronym. But Dr. Chin always brings to the forefront a wealth of resources in terms of her essence of her presentation comes from a spiritual point. And I think that that's kind of key for us doing all that we do, right? Is that as we're looking at the things that we're doing, if we start off from a spiritual point of view, that and ground us, right? That this thing about balance, and we looked at the Ankh is really about balance, right? And another way to look at the Shin there, it represents eternity, right, or infinity even, and that as we know that we're spiritual beings having this physical experience, and that as we make that connection, that we both transcend the physical and the spiritual realm. In fact, in in Hermes, what they call Hermes, but it really was Jehudi's text, talks about that the thing of humans is that humans have a power that's greater than the spirit realm, because it says in there that you can transcend from the physical realm to the spiritual realm, while those in the divine are stuck in the spiritual realm. And so then it's our responsibility to take what we get from the physical realm into the spiritual realm. And so that transmigration that we have there is something that we need to think about, that we have a responsibility, that we came here with a mission, and that mission is to a great extent spiritual, but then taking that we have here and what it is, the power of choice, the power of influence, and then use that to get there, to make that connection. And if we're thinking about this thing on the Chi, in the Kemetic idea, we can talk about the Ka and Ba. In the Yoruba, you could talk about Ashe, all of which is power. I think, though, at the core of these things, in terms of how we move ourselves forward in a way that recognizes that we've got to make a connection that brings us back to our historical connections, is looking at the essence of it. In Yoruba, they talk about well, let me go to the Kemetic first. In the Kemetic, talks about Jake Carruthers wrote a book called Medu Nefer, and in Medu Nefer, he's talking about his divine speech, And the divine speech is not necessarily your speech, but how you carry yourself. And in Southern Africa, there's a concept, there's a phrase that goes like this from the Shona. It says, moto ke moto kabato. And that phrase basically is talking about one's humanity. And it's saying that my humanity is attested to by how humanely I treat my neighbor, and that my neighbor's humanity is then spoken by how humanely they respond back to me, so that there's this symbiotic relationship. And the Yoruba talk about Iwapele, right? Iwapele, similar to the Kemetic, is good character. But once again, good character is broader than the kind of surface understandings of it. And I think that as we look at these things and we begin to see that the essence of how we be, right, is an extension of who we be. And as we see the relationships between those two, then our being is spoken to in another way, is presented in another way, because our being extends before us, right? And so then that being walks before you walk. And if you understand that your beingness is present before you walk in the door, then you must have Iwapele, right? That you must have walk in a way that you're looking at Merunefer, right? That your divine speech, that your ways of doing and being are the things that now we're talking about this chi, right? So the chi, that energy, is evoked in a way that it speaks to power, but then that power comes into how you understand your relationship with the divine and the physical and the spiritual world. And so as we're making this connection here, I want us to realize that we have responsibilities, right? And most of us know these things, but those responsibilities rest within our interactions and interrelationships with one another as we have these divine assignments. And some of us, may come from various traditions, and we have various ways in which we communicate with the divine that helps to inform us, right? So some people will do spiritual readings, whether you're using Dafa or you're using kola nuts or other traditions. They use what do you call them? Coconuts. They use pieces of coconuts. And other traditions, they use stones or shells or bones or sand divination. All these different modalities that people use. And others simply, may look and meditate and look inward and try to connect. And something that came to me right before the pandemic hit, because I was in December, Spirit came to me and said, we need to get back to nature. And then, interestingly, the reading of the year talked about getting back to nature, right? In 2020, and then the reading a year in 2021, similar. And all this was right before the pandemic happened. And then I went to South Korea, and I went to South Africa. And in those trips, made specific endeavors to be in tune with nature, right? And that provided me with some, because I got this note before, that provided me with some great insight in terms of the things that I looked for and the things that looked for me. And that's that being in tune with spirit. And I would suggest to you that we have really three centers in our bodies, three centers that we need to find alignment and balance with. And most people may see this differently, but I'm working on a book on this now, and let me just give you some insight to that. And so the first center is the mind, or the head, right? The second is the heart, and the third is the gut. And so then your head is this analytical thing that you use to analyze and so on and so forth. That your heart is your emotive center, and you use that to your emotions guides and influence you. And some people will tell you that you shouldn't use your emotions. I tell you that they don't know what they're talking about. That our emotions are the things that help connect us in ways that we don't They're afraid of their emotions is the reason why they tell you to be emotionless, right? So that their emotions drive them to do things that they don't have the alignment, so they don't understand it. And the next is your gut, and yes, your gut is your spirit, right? So that even your navel and the uterus is that's where you connect with the ancestors. And so then these three centers, though, you have to find balance between them, and that's where the discernment comes in, because your head may say you've analyzed everything and go this way, but your gut may say, spirit is coming to you and says, I know you think you got all the answers, but I'm telling you, don't do this right now. Everything seems logical and reasonable, but don't do this right now. And when you listen to your gut, sometimes you get in the right place. And other times when you listen to your head, you get in the right place. And other times when you listen to your heart, you're in the right place. So which one do you choose, right? No, the thing is balance, right? So that's the power of the breath. You sit back, you take a breath, and you don't, because your emotions, I learned about emotions in a couple of ways. Like, so I used to be one of those people who drive down the street real fast and zip, zap, zap through different lanes. But my head, I analyzed and I said, I wonder how much am I actually faster? Am I getting to where I'm trying to get? And so I used to have to drive, when I lived in Southern California, I used to drive 45 miles each direction on those freeway. And of course, lots and lots of traffic in Los Angeles. But when I found out that I was saving 5 to maybe 10 minutes sometimes, I said, is it really worthy of me driving and possibly having an accident, causing harm to myself and or somebody else in this process? And I came to the conclusion that it was not necessary. It didn't. And so I stopped. I'm not saying that I don't drive fast, but I don't drive in and out, zip and zap out of lanes all the time. So, that kind of simple thing. And if somebody cuts me off, right, they used to bother me. But I learned that if you take a breath, that you forget that. So everybody take a breath with me right now. Let's just take a quick breath, right? You sit back, take a deep breath in, hold it for a second, and then let it out. And hold it out. Now breathe in, hold it. Blow it out all the way using your diaphragm. Blow it all the way out. And now breathe normally. Now, what was stressing you 2 seconds ago? You see, the power of the breath is something as a divine gift. And what's interestingly, when you think about this, and this just hit me, I'm going to put this in the book, is that when you breathe, it actually is alignment, is what's happening, because the breath comes in through your mouth, passes by your heart and goes into your lungs and then penetrates into the heart by oxygenating the blood. And then that blood then transmutes itself into the brain and through the rest of the body to help you find alignment. So in actuality, the breathing itself is a way of aligning, right? So I thank you for having me speak today. And I'm almost going to stop on that because that becomes the thing that I got to go write down real quick. But that piece is a piece for us to connect. And the other thing about it is that, and I know my time is running out, but the other piece is that they say that in the mind, there's these studies. I do a lot of, even though I'm a sociologist and I'm a Pan-Africanist first, but sociology is a tool that I use, that in these studies of the brain and neurochemistry, they looked at all the smallest microscopic levels they could find in the brain. And what they found out is that at the simplest level, what they found in the way that the energy that the synaptic nerves and everything work is that at the finest, most microscopic electronic level is chaos. So we think that the brain has nothing but order, but all they could find was chaos. And so if you think that at the heart of chaos, the body has order, then that means that that's where the divine is, right? The divine gets into that chaos and creates order. And that's where we're grounded, right? So that's why you want to take out and put your feet on the ground. I sit at my desk and I have this grounding bracelet so that we spend so much time on where we are that we don't have time. We don't connect with the soil. We wear shoes. We don't connect with the earth. And so that we're energetic, electronic people. And so we need to have that, understand that our energy needs to be grounded. And so this is connected, this cable is connected to my grounding outlet, and so that I'm sitting at my desk and I'm grounded, right? And so that we have to find ways that if you're not outside, that you ground yourself in ways that, see, I even have a timer on, that you're grounded so that you can do those things. And the last piece I want to kind of connect with here is that maybe I have to come back at another time to kind of move into this direction. But Dr. Aleppo asked me to say something about us as Africans and the challenges, things of the nature that we're having. And we know there's a plethora of them, right? And so then, I mean, that's almost a conference in itself, you know, the challenges in South Africa, the challenges in Nigeria, the challenges in Cuba, all these different places we have major conflict issues going on. But I would say that the end of it, it stems from a couple of places. One is land, and two is poverty. And so when we don't have, and Dr. Chen mentioned those things, right? So that she talked about, if you don't have food, then what else do you do? So that it really takes us back full circle to the point she was making in the first place. It takes us back to Sister Felicity in terms of the ideas of the film that she's making, where women are exploited and or don't have resources, don't have access to clean water or sanitary napkins, right? There's a group here that has a whole thing on period poverty. And so maybe I can connect you with them. But these things are things that when we think about it in the end, we have violence in our neighborhoods because people don't have food. They don't have a good shelter. All these kinds of things are consistently problematic. And until we address that at the core, that we look at the flaws in a capitalistic system that is designed for the demise of African people, right? So that we look at it, you know, look at the Constitution. I'm running for US Congress, right? But in running for US Congress, I realize the flaws that are embedded in the system that are designed for our failure. And so I'm going into Congress so that we can correct the flaws that are there at the core. And we have somebody representing us who understands those flaws, who understands the connections therein, and is spiritually grounded in such a way that is willing to utilize the voice that has been given, the Ashe, right, Nomo, and use that as a tool for the upliftment of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khalfani, for your remarks. Next, I would like to call Lady Kathy Adams. Can you unmute your mic? Okay, if you're unable, okay, you have unmuted, sure. All right, go ahead, please.
Pleasant good day to everyone. I've been listening, especially to both Dr. Shazia and Dr. Khalfani about the really important spirituality of the African people. And as such, sometimes it seems so wide and broad, but they both brought it down to some aspect that we can take and we can, in our own culture, in our own spiritual essence, in our religious spirituality, break it down to our community, our African community, our whole sense of what godliness is for the African people, and especially in terms of our ancestral. It's so very important that our children and our community understands the whole ancestral culture, the heritage, the identity of our people, so that they have some sense that we came from a great background of queens and kings, a great sense of ethnicity, you know, and the heritage is so rich And sitting here, I felt there are some solutions that we can take in Trinidad to our community and teach our young people, teach our women about who we are as a people, how we connect with our African people in Africa and different parts of the world, and how we can now transverse and do that transition from where we are to where we're supposed to be. I think Dr. Kafani did a marvelous job in terms of the balance of the mind, heart, and gut, which is the spirit. And only, Dr. Kafani, only last week, I was speaking to my religious group about the spirit, soul, and head. And you have really clarified it because we're going to continue it this week. And now I have a real great balance of how I go to explain in terms of how we function in the spirit, the power of breath, and the mind and the heart and the gut. And it is a divinity, is a sort of divinity that comes over the African people so that we can find a sense of who we are and what we are all about. And I would really like to continue with the African view because there's so much important things that I have learned, to date, and want to do the transition of what I learned into some practicality and making some networking with the people that we have met today and all the week. And so that I can bring it to my people in Trinidad and Tobago and my religious people. I am a we are spiritual Baptist and Yoruba. And so there is a lot of work to be done in terms of their understanding of who we are and our ancestors. I also want to thank the lady with the ankh because I went to Egypt, part of that. And it was really a beautiful thing to hear her explain the ankh and our people of Egypt and so on. So it is a lot of work for us to undertake now, and you have given us the opportunity and the information, more information from our travels to put into action for our African people and our African children who are getting into a lot of trouble in Trinidad and Tobago. So thank you so much. And Dr. Kafani, thank you for, registering us into this. And we'll keep on talking with you and the African view. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lady Kathy Adams, for your remarks. When Dr. Kafani finished his presentation, I didn't ask for any questions to him because I wanted to have Lady Kathy also make her remarks, and then we'll open the floor for general discussion. I think all the speakers have finished making their presentations. So now we can have the open floor for questions, remarks, additional comments from the audience. If you have any question, you can raise your hand or put it in the chat room, please.
Let me just say real quick, I'm
yes,
honored
Dr.
to have
Kafani.
teacher Kathy here. It's a blessing to have you here with us and to see you on the Zoom chat. And thank you for the work you continue to do in Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Dr. Kafani. Would you like to respond, Lady Kathy?
Pardon me?
Would you like to respond to Dr. Kafani's comments?
Yes, Dr. Kafani, we'll keep in touch with you. We'll continue this work and we'll continue this conversation, and I'm very interested in what you're writing, and we will have continued conversations, and dialect about how we go forward, and also for Dr. Shazani, the First Lady, Dr. Shen.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it easier. I'm gonna make it easier.
Yes.
More persons just come to Dr. Chen.
Dr.
Just,
Chen, okay.
there we go. Make it simple.
Those,
Just
those
that's kind of complicated for some.
I
Yeah.
would like the name of the first lady, I missed that, who led the first revolution in the Caribbean, Queen 1733.
Queen Breku. I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. That history of the women, because we do a whole emancipation program, and we are planning to honor women. So this is important, what we got to, to help the other people and children understand this history. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lady Kathy Adams. We had earlier, I don't see him, King Nana Otulate, the president of the African Views in Ghana, but I do see Ms. Jessica Latte. Ms. Jessica, would you like to unmute to make some remarks? If you're able to unmute, you have the floor. All right, I see Ms. Felicity is back with us. Do you have any questions or comments for her? Or Ms. Felicity, do you have any additional remarks to make regarding your work and what you presented today? Unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I was just about to send a message to Dr. Wali and ask if it's possible for us to, if he has a group where we can send everything, because I'm not sure if we're gonna still have the Zoom so we can share the information and certain things. I'm not sure, so that's the only one thing I was about to ask. Is there any platform like WhatsApp group or anything that we can share the rest of the information that we get?
Maybe you could text it to you later or on the site, on the chat.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Queen Mother Nana Zakia, I would like to give you the floor to make some remarks. Oh, Miss, just a second, my apologies, Queen Mother. I see Miss Jessica Otulate is here from Ghana.
Yes, please.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Her camera's not on. I don't know if that's supposed to be.
Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. It has been a wonderful program today. Unfortunately, I've been on and off because of network challenges. Forgive me for that. I have learned so much from today's session, and it's been a wonderful time, just as last year. This summit is very, very impactful, knowledgeable, and I always take so much home every time I come on here. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this. And I'm grateful for the knowledge that everyone here has shared. The Queen Mothers here. Everyone else, Dr. Wale, Dr. Remy, the facilitators. Nana was also on Nana Otulate, but he has a low battery now, so he has gone off and he sends his apologies. And we are grateful. And I know that I'm going to go on and learn more from all of you on this platform as elders who are leading the way for we, the youth, to come on. We are so grateful for the opportunity, and I look forward to tomorrow's program as well. And hopefully, I know we'll be getting the links for each of the different websites and platforms that have been spoken about so that we can all continue to learn more about our cultures and traditions. Thank you for the opportunity, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jessica. Thank you very much. I'm sure if you contact Dr. Wale, he will be able to provide you I believe some of the messages and links that have been posted in the chat. But if you go scroll up and down, a couple of the persons here today have posted some of their links, so you can copy and paste them. And you can be in touch with us. We'll be happy to provide you, I believe the chat the chat comments later. Queen Mother Nana Zakia, I would like to give you the floor, please, to make some remarks.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to give thanks and praises to the ancestors, to Brother Wali, and to all of us who are here, that we are living in this time and we have this platform and we're able to communicate, and we're all working in our different aspects in order to make our ancestors proud and to make the people that we love, our people's lives, much easier, more enlightening, more spiritual, and most important of all, improve their quality of life. So I want to thank very much for the opportunity to be able to be here. I know a lot of you in person. We've been around, we've been in the struggle for a long time. One of the things that I want to say is that, we're in, I call it the time of Babel, or not even Babylon, when we have all of this going on, all of this technology, everything going on, and we're building. You see all these skyscrapers, these tall condominiums, and we don't have enough schools, we don't have enough clinics. I see Bezos going to space today, and he's talking about making commercial spaceships for people to pay a lot of money to go on the edge of earth and to look down like God. But you can't look down like God and don't live as a God, because if you can spend that much money and you want to make more money to order to be a commercialized business, to take people to look at earth as a God, you have to walk on earth as a God. As Califani say, it's between the spirit and the physical, and the physical and the spirit come through. So we have to know that we have to push these people into helping us to getting clinics. There should never be any clinic. No mother should have to walk 50 miles, 25 kilometers to go and take her sick child to the hospital and then be denied because she doesn't have the money, or the clinic doesn't have the diagnostic machines in order to find out exactly what's happening, or the medicine. This is what we're all working for. We're all working for the betterment of humanity. So I just wanted to say that with our culture, with our heritage, with our strong, however it is that we come from, whether we're coming from Nigeria, whether we're coming from Africa, from America, whether we're coming from Trinidad or the Virgin Islands, we are bounded together by the original Eve, which is Lucy. And Lucy is the mother of all humanity. And all humanity is in a very bad situation with the climate and everything. But because we are here and because we are who we are, just know that whatever impact we have, the ancestors, the creator is making note, and we are making the difference. So if we make a little dent, then we make a dent in the giant's Achilles heels. And we just got so much more work and so much more to do with our youth and to protect our elders and even the unborn. So I just want to say I love all of you, appreciate everything. And this is African Views. It's all about our views and being able to respect it, being heard, being able to hash it out and still make it happen. Whether we're together or we do it in networks or we do it alone or we're doing it however we're doing, we're still shifting. So the paradigm is shifting because there are many more people like us. We're not alone. Love you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Queen Mother Nana Zakia. Are there any other questions or comments? All right, so today we've been talking a lot on culture and our values. How do we learn culture and maintaining our heritage and cultural identity, and also looking at some of the culture of our society, in which billions of dollars are spent by people of color or people of African descent every day in purchasing items, or to make their identity conform to the status quo and so on and so forth. We also discussed how spirituality is the embodiment of the preservation of the self and of the identity. But most importantly, of course, everything we've discussed today has been important. We had presenters who touched on the issue of gender and sexuality from culture to culture, and also looking at prejudice, race, and ethnicity in terms of how we as a people, interact with other cultures. And diversity, we're saying, is very important, but at the same time, how do we bring back ourselves to the center? How do we renew our own identity, like bring forth, the creation of the African, the creation of Africa to be the embodiment of who we truly are, instead of looking at maybe technology and the media and being influenced by products or other things that other cultures may be imposing on us. And with that, I would like to hand over to Dr. Wale Ajibade, who is the Executive Director of the African Views organization. But before you take the floor, Dr. Wale, I want everyone to know that we're going to have our final session tomorrow. And I'll be posting the link to register. Every day is a different link. So the link you joined with yesterday is different from the one for today. And the link for today is different from tomorrow's program. With that, thank you so much, everybody, for giving me the privilege to be your co-host today. And I'll hand over to Dr. Wale now. Dr. Wale, you have the floor.
Thank you so very much. The privilege is ours to have you. You are gracious and magnanimous. Thank you so very much. Before I continue, I want to ask if anybody has a closing statement to make, because there are a few things that I need to talk about. The subject of what is African and who is African has been with us for a long time. We've presented this to the African Union, so it's not a frivolous presentation. And I think it's important that we share what we have uncovered with you, and some of the very important things for us to know as we move forward. But before I do that, I would like to know if anybody else has anything to say. If not, I will need a waiver. I would need a confirmation, Dr. Chanzira, to go on.
I will say this very concisely. Everyone in this network, everyone that's viewing, this is a great opportunity for us to pull together. People say Harambe, some people shipped in keeping the circle unbroken, some refer to Ubuntu, you've heard Ma'at. It's very important that we do not continue in the previous frame of doing things in silos individually, because together we're stronger. So whether it's to deal with the AU, great, for some that may not work. To deal with the UN, great, for some that may be the only way. But there's organizations all around the globe doing this work. And I am most humbly requesting, and as persons notice, I will keep sharing flyers and networks and programs and links, because that's what all of us are able to share from. And each one teach one. Notice that I said, not just each one, yes, heal one, because healing is important, through the work. The more that we do the work together, then we start to build community and restore our sovereign ancestral civilizations now, like today. That's what I'd like to share. And I'm saying, Dua Winter, I'm giving thanks and praise to the One Most High in all the names that we use and call. Give thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. The work that we do at African Views, I think it's really important that I share with you. We go to classrooms here in New York and New Jersey to teach children about Africa. And one of the ways we start is by telling them or asking them, what is Africa? What is their perception of Africa? And then we tell them authentically and truthfully what Africa is, because we believe that if you understand what Africa is, you can't miss it. You can't miss it. Yes, of course, Africa is a European word. It's important that we know that and we're clear about that. You know, the word Europe too is a European word. As a matter of fact, the word Asia is a European word. So, and we know that the word America is a European word, right? So that's just a fact. That's the way things are. That's what we're dealing with right now. And what if you understand the concept of rope and the bliss, the idol and rope, that which binds, is what forms Europe. But what is Africa? What exactly is Africa? And we forgot. We forgot. Because it was the Greek that named Africa. They were the first to go there from Europe and pillage and whatnot. And why were they able to do that? Because they knew what it was. They saw Egypt in its glory, and they named Africa, which comes from a Greek word, Afrike, means the warm and peaceful place. We have forgotten that Africa is supposed to be warm and peaceful. So that's a long time ago. It's still warm, but not so peaceful as it should be. However, if you know your way around, it's still warm and beautiful and peaceful, but you have to find it. And it is this path that we want everyone to remember, that we want everyone to reconnect with. Because as the great Nkrumah said, Africa is not the fact that you're born in Africa, but that Africa is born in you. And that's the whole point, that you have Africa in your heart. Of course, you know, we have diversity. We have the greatest diversity in the human race. And it is important for us to recognize that diversity and embrace it the best that we can. None of us is perfect. I know many of us who are imperfect, who are despicable. Many of us who make easy mistake at will. Many of us who make ignorant mistake. Many of us who think they know better than everybody else. I know many of us who think others think that they know better than everybody else. So it's very complicated layers of, God knows the depth of complexity. However, there's one clean path. There's one clean path that we cannot take for granted and we cannot mess it up. And that path is the path of reconnection. Is that path of rebuilding or rekindling that spirit of that Africanness. Okay, the peaceful and warm place. Peaceful already takes a whole stretch. For things to be peaceful, it has to be prosperous, it has to be secure, it has to be inter or independent. It has to be so much, it has to be free, it has to be content. The warm just really talks about the physical place. Okay, so the whole concept of Africanism goes beyond of just the genotype or the phenotype. As a matter of fact, we are in the process of evolution, and it's important that we all are cognizant of that. And the world, as we have inherited it, requires a whole lot of work, a whole lot of work. And none of us can do it alone. The Caribbean have such charisma. There's so much value in what the Caribbeans, the Africans and Caribbeans are today. And the same thing in Africans in America, or Africans in the UK, or Africans in Germany. I've seen so many Africans in different societies, how they absorb, how they assimilate, how they evolve within that society and keeping that wholeness of Africanness, because that's an undying spirit. I've seen it, and I've seen the most beautiful tapestry of African people. So the whole point here is how Africa can make a cultural strength. We're not talking about dominating the world. We're not talking about taking revenge, or we're not talking about all that nonsense. To me, it is. But how Africans can be productive and self-sufficient, regardless of what they talk about at the World Economic Forum, that Europeans want to keep Africa in perpetual slavery. I don't believe that nonsense. I don't say they're not doing it. I don't say they're not trying. Okay, everybody has the right to do whatever they want to do. The Chinese have the right to go and invest in Africa and sit wherever they want to sit. That's not the point. The point is how our own value proposition, how we present ourselves, how we organize ourselves, how we prepare ourselves, how we make Africanness function in the Caribbean, and Africanness function in America and in the diaspora in a way that it carries weight and gravity and respect. We have so much to do. And the only reason we haven't done that is because we are ignorant of who we are in many aspects. And those who think they know most know the least. That's the problem. We must all open our hearts to learning. We must all open our hearts to learn. There's so much more that makes us, and so much more that we can do. We must keep Africa peaceful. Fela Kuti says, if only one Africa, if we find one good leader in Africa, just one, that can run a country peacefully and prosperously, the whole entire African society in the world will be free. That's a whole lot. Mandela alluded to the same thing. Nigeria is the most populous country. He says if Nigeria does not get respect, no African will get respect. That's Mandela's word. So this task is not just up to Nigeria, because they can't fix it. They are insulated and they are confused with what they are dealing with domestically. We have a bird eye view. We have a global precedent. I'm talking about the entire African world, the entire African world. If we begin to look at our diversity, we begin to see the value that exists within our diversity, it's an amazing presentation to the world that we can make. If you remember when we did Festac 77 and we had a parade of African cultures all over the world, of course, we don't have any footage to show for that today. Isn't that a shame? When all the African people of the world paraded, they had an Olympic of African cultures. Yet today, this was just 1977. It's not 1377, just 1977. And we don't have the footage for it. That's not mere. Okay, that's not mere. Just imagine that, because there's so much more that young people can learn from us. There's so much young people can believe from us. And yes, we owe it to ourselves to make sure that posterity have something to lean on, that they have something, a trampoline to bounce upon. And it is our duty. It is our duty, because the ancestors have survived so that we could breathe. So it is our duty to build this trampoline for them. We don't have to bounce on this trampoline. That is the mistake that we're making. We need to build this trampoline so that posterity can bounce on it and make Africa a warm and peaceful place. With this, we conclude the 4th day of the Spirit of Peace and Prosperity Conference. It is a great privilege and great honor to be able to do this again this year. I thank you all, and may God bless you all. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you. Tomorrow, as Dr. Remy says, we have the program. Please join us. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wale. Again, the link has been posted in the chat. And for those of us, joining by Facebook Live, if you go to africanviews.org, the website of the African Views Organization, and you click on the first tab, It's going to take you to announcements and events. And if you scroll to the middle and then you scroll down, you'll be able to see the registration link for tomorrow's session. Thank you very much.
I don't see that link in the chat for tomorrow for the Zoom.
Okay, I've just posted it again.
Okay, thank you.
If you
As a matter of fact, Dr. Kalfani, it'd be my pleasure to invite you personally to tomorrow's event. This is something that we have been working on together for a long time. We are revising the Treaty of the Ark. It's important to get you to speed on that. I'll be very glad and grateful if you're able to join us. We need you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Wale, for those on Facebook Live who may not know what the Ark is about, maybe give a short summary so that they'll know what they're coming for tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, so the Ark is the African Royal Kingdom. That is the acronym for the Ark, African Royal Kingdom. It is really the United African Royal Kingdom. This is a constellation of all the African kingdoms coming together as an intergovernmental organization in order to build a robust Royal Institute of Global African Cultures and Traditions, and also to work together seamlessly within the kingdom. So it's not just the states that are working together, but also at the kingdom levels, because oftentimes when the states work together, they inevitably just forget the grassroots level in many, many cases. That's why you have so many non-profit organizations being deployed to Africa, trying to make ends meet and figure out where the gaps are. You know, it's shameful to see that that's the case. But we have come up with this structure for the African Royal Kingdoms, and we are very grateful that the Royal Fathers have agreed to support this. We have a great deal of support. I'm not sure who's going to be there tomorrow, because this particular Spirit of Peace, let me just warn you, is very impromptu. We started doing it 3 days before because we've been very busy doing some work in Africa. We just launched the African Views Organization in Ghana, which was a great deal of production, and we're very grateful and happy that we're able to do that. But tomorrow, really, this is something more for scholars than for the kings. I mean, some of them might be there, but this is something that we're going to present to them, and they, even though they've been part of this revision, they are going to still revise it on their own, and they're going to tell us or tell themselves what they agree upon or what they don't agree upon. The fact of the matter is, we have the treaty for them. It's a very robust treaty. You know, we have the declaration before, we have the analyses and whatnot, but now we have the treaty, which is the working document for them, and that's what makes them an IGO. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wale. And thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. Yeah, so that was very good. Yay.
Yeah, you look amazing, my dear.
Thank you. I tried to preserve, you know, showcase my cultural identity, you know.
You look wonderful. Dr. Chen,
You're still live.
that picture.
You're still live on Facebook, so you need to stop the Facebook Live.
Oh, that's fine. They could see us talk. That's okay.
You're welcome. You're all welcome to join us for the after party.
Exactly. It's an after party. Exactly. This is for the insiders. That picture is amazing. It's amazing. Gosh. I mean, you have a bunch of this, I see. I'm going to have to come visit you.
I've been saying that. That's what we're praying to have worked on, and we're working on having a moving series of, you know, pop-ups that we can take into places as things get more safe and more focused. This particular piece was done by a brother Abdul Rahman and sister Dar, our godchildren. And this was done to support a visual for the three queens. At the time, we did it as a Chautauqua, and it was live performance. And each of the profile sisters here are sisters, right, from St. Thomas and St. Croix.
Wahoo!
So are these pictures, is this artwork on display at your university, or there's a museum or some private collection?
Right, well, the original is in my private collection, yes. However,
Okay.
a banner from the original Chautauqua that is available, that is actually exhibited in the BICCC at the University of the Virgin Islands on the Albert A. Sheen campus, yes.
It's
and
gorgeous.
that's a lot, it's in the conference suite. And it, facilitates discourse around not only the Virgin Islands, because as we see, we have each of these queens that are considered queens of the Virgin Islands. One, Queen Bertha, was born in the continent. Queen Mary, who people, see as
you. This is great.
And Queen Keziah was born in St. Christopher, what is now St. Kitts. And the connection of African women, men, as we've traversed around the earth, wherever we are, we bring our highest, our best, our greatest good. That's what we have a history of doing. So having these types of conversations through African Views, with the 6th Annual Summit of Power and Prosperity, I just think that's awesome to be able to bring that up through, culture, heritage, and identity. So I'm very grateful. I know I have to share with you some of the artwork. I got it.
You do. You know what? You know what's so beautiful about this is the fact that, of course, we had the three ladies effect, Dr. Remy. We had the three ladies effect, and we're looking forward to it. So it was, of course, that energy just transmitting, and you just exhibiting it. It was just amazing. It was just coming out. Isn't that true? I mean, that's how I felt. I mean, when you were speaking, and also the reflection of that picture, it was just amazing. And it captures that energy we intended to reflect in the first place of the three women. I'm so sorry that Barbara could not join us. I thought it kind of fit because, but we'll continue to do it until we get it right.
Every
Yes.
time I'm honored. I'm looking forward to being able to see this placed in other networks so that we are able to let persons that are not as easily able to get access into Facebook to be able to see some of this, because this was a great amount of information. I was really thankful to see so many perspectives. I'm looking forward to us keeping the building moving forward and just being able to do more with everyone. And I look forward to the next time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Remy?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. I look forward also to visiting St. Croix one of these days.
We go together.
Yeah, I know, between the background that you always share, because whenever you share your background of the, how soothing, the water, everything, I seem to kind of miss what you're talking about and just have this imagination of finding, transporting myself there. And then you have, I don't know which one I should transport myself to right now, because Dr. Wale also has some background. So I don't know if that's Newark, New Jersey somewhere.
Dr. Chen has that naturally. She lives in that environment.
Yes.
We work so we are able to be together in spaces to build this work. This is our intention. And that's what makes these conversations around power and prosperity so important, because we're looking at each element and each journey space being able to build and being able to move that forward. There's like so many pieces that come with this, and I'm grateful that you all permitted me an opportunity to focus on the Caribbean and to have, the sister in the continent, Sister Queen Felicity share what's going on, in Africa, West and Central, and then to have, Dr. Kalfani and others, weigh in on the versation. I know that it was wonderful to hear from the youth, Sister Queen Jessica, I believe her first name, Larte,
Yes.
reaching out from Ghana. And that's the intention of what we're doing. So that's the other reason why I was mentioning about Pan-African Women's Day, which is July 31st. And so you have, AAPRP hosting things. You have the Pan-African Women's Organization hosting activities. You have the AAWRU and members in California hosting another Pan-African Women's Day on August 21st in LA, which brings another layer of engagement. And then there's a number of other activities. The Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago is doing their third Kwame Ture lecture series on Sunday. And again, the whole theme is around the piece, where we can talk about
the 3rd or the 13th, they have been doing the Kwame Ture lecture for a while now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Have you been there?
Yes.
Okay.
See, that's the fun part about, usually under normal circumstances, my work facilitates these exchanges all through the Caribbean. And that's what we're working towards to the best of our ability.
That's what I would love for us to do.
Right.
We need to build a pilgrimage that goes to Trinidad during the Emancipation Festival, because I was the keynote speaker for 2015. And it was such a privilege. I know the Cambons very well. It was such a privilege, and all the people in Trinidad. I mean, it's family in the Caribbean. So I miss it every time I'm not able to go, to be honest with you. But what I think we should do, these are the things we need to plan, and we need to really coordinate this with all our tourism actors and practitioners here. Entrepreneurs, if you will, to move the people towards there during that festival, because that particular Emancipation Festival in Trinidad and Tobago stands out in the Caribbean, even though all the islands has theirs. Isn't that so?
No, but you're right, because everyone has their piece and their nuance. Like when we do, we have a Virgin Islands African Heritage Week that, of course, kind of layers into African Liberation Day on the 25th. And by law in the Virgin Islands, according to our Virgin Islands Code, the African Liberation flag is to be raised on the 25th. We also have that time, usually the 3rd week of May, that is for Virgin Islands African Heritage Week and much more. And we're able to connect the dots to different activities, like for each of the 7 days. The piece that I think is also important is that, in other parts of the Caribbean, persons are doing things leading up to emancipation. So it's natural. This is what the Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago has requested. They have requested that we do, that brothers and sisters make this the pilgrimage where they go, and they call it that. It's a pilgrimage. So like from, some days leading up to August 1st, up until on about the 4th, I was about the 4th or so. It's a powerful series of activities as you have already witnessed. And even in a virtual setting, last year, they made their virtual piece like we were right there, like right inside of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean,
wow.
I'm always, humbled by King Father, Queen Mother Cambon for their leadership, because they've been doing this over 30 years.
Yeah. So Nana Zakia is now the president or the chair, I believe.
Yes. And that again, and Sister Queen.
She's amazing. I mean, she is amazing. That's a powerful woman.
And see, this is that's why when I shared those links, the link for this CPAN Secretariat for the Caribbean Pan-African Network sits within the Emancipation Support Committee of Trinidad and Tobago. So this is something that is wide and very broad. And so there's a lot of efforts. That's why I desired to share about what's happening in Haiti, what's happening in Cuba, what's happening amongst the Raizal, what's going on in Colombia, Venezuela, French Guyana, English speaking. There's so much that's happening in the region. Central and South America have its own nuances. And so it's not just Latin America, but there's a whole piece around Africans in those spaces reclaiming their sovereign ancestral linkage to the broader global global African, for some Pan-African space. And then all the different organizations that have, their particular way of engagement, like the AAPRP, which focuses on that definition of Pan-Africanism as the total liberation and unification of Africa under a scientifically socialist government, where you have others that are just saying one God, like UNIA, ACL, RC 2020, one God, one aim, one destiny, race first. There's a lot of different layers. So our people, as diverse as we are, we have places to connect and link.
Exactly.
We just need to make it as inviting, so whether you would like to do the more spiritual, or you just want to do the environmental, or you like to do the economic, and you just want to do the arts and heritage, and you want to deal with environs and historic preservation, all of that, education, body politic, because we have body politic for sure. We're able to be in it everywhere, all the time. That's what this opportunity with African Views facilitates.
And I think it goes in line. Sorry, Dr. Wale. I think
sorry,
it
go ahead.
goes in line with harmonizing cultures, African cultures, whether it's on the continent, in the Caribbean, right here in the diaspora, or elsewhere. And my suggestion to Dr. Wale is that next year, for this particular session, even though all these activities, are not this week in those regions, we should start ahead of time and maybe showcase these, like sessions, like a Caribbean session, a Caribbean African cultural session, where, we'll have guest speakers of activities that have taken place in terms of, cultural heritage and harmonizing African culture with where people in the diaspora have found themselves, and how they're able to promote those African cultures and preserving at least, their heritage or identity. Because most times, some of us, because we're interested in these topics, we may know of some of these activities, but it's not everyone that has the knowledge or idea of exactly what's going on. And we have to see how we can all come together in terms of, taking people from African Views USA or somewhere else to attend some of these events in the Caribbean, or taking people from the Caribbean to activities or events happening in Africa, or even right here, in the US, we can invite people to participate in specific activities, or just showcase them so that the knowledge is there, is shared with people to have broader and better understanding.
Thank you. I would say, first of all, you're in charge of that. It's better. That's empowerment, and also that's you have the vision. That's your responsibility. I am behind you 100%. And whatever kind of resources we need, whether it's volunteers to make all of that happen, let's know and push me. As you know, I got thousands of things that I'm distracted about. So push me so that we can have it ready on time, so we don't make it last minute. If you leave it to my hands, it's last minute. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Create it that way.
So Dr. Shenzira, let's work on this together. Yes.
I agree. And I'm honored to work in that capacity. I sit in a lot of different spaces, in the same respectful spaces as you. And this way we do that tapestry. That's what I keep saying, is that when we're saying Kujichagulia, we're speaking of self-determination. And when we're saying Umoja, we're speaking of unity. So we get to do it by building this. And there's a lot of support within organizations like CPAN and others that will facilitate that. There's a number of things that take place in the Caribbean, Central and South America, that are right in line with what we're doing right here in African Views. And persons just are like, people are sending commentary inside of some of the networks on Dr. Wale's page, on my page, and in other networks that we placed this link. And we've encouraged persons, if you're interested, to engage and to help with the work authentically. I'll say it again, if you're willing to engage and participate in the work authentically, so that we can do what Sister Queen Dr. Remy just shared, harmonize, yeah? Put your email, give us a way to link with you, hook us up with your social media pages so that we can begin to share this and do it together. That's how we move forward. And that's how, when we have these activities, we just start listening, because that's what you notice that I'll do. I'll just list the organizations, what they're doing, where their flyer is, what the activities are, what's their website, because that's how we start to link and not just connect, but actually organically begin to work together. So we're not working just one here and one. So, so we're looking forward to that. It's been an honor. It's always an honor working with you all. Give thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Bless
you.
God bless. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's up?
Bye-bye.
Bye.